take this. Okay. Okay. Kalispera σας. Good afternoon. Welcome on this beautiful, sunny, it seems like summer or late spring afternoon. My name is Katerina Lagos. I'm a professor of history at California State University and the director of the Angelo K. Tsakopoulos Center for Hellenic Studies. Today, this is the second part of our conference series, and the conference is entitled Envisioning the Greek Landscape from Thera to Climate Change. Over the past 2 days, we academics from 10 different countries have gathered together to discuss climate change from an interdisciplinary perspective and a diachronic perspective, also looking at institutions and states that had a vested interest in the sacred ground of the Greek lands. Today, we turn to the people who exact policy and those who make business decisions. Thank you for attending today, as we will have a wonderful panel consisting of business executives and politicians, and a moderated discussion by Ino Afendouli. She is the director of the leading university research institute in Greece, affiliated to the Department of International European Studies at Pandion University of Social and Political Scientists. Afendouli also currently serves as the program manager, NATO Public Division, and is part of a team in NATO, the flagship project launched by the Secretary General. Before we begin our policy discussion, we have a special greeting from a fellow Greek American from California. Our Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounelakis, has sent us a video message to congratulate us on today's policy session, and she is now going to send us her greetings.
Kalispera σας, everyone. I'm California's Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounelakis. It's my great pleasure to offer a few thoughts as part of this remarkable conference, Envisioning the Greek Landscape. I'd like to start by acknowledging the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, Simon Fraser University, as well as California's own UCLA and Sacramento State University for organizing and sponsoring this event. It is my belief that anyone who has ever stepped foot in Greece, from the great Roman travel writer Pausanias to modern tourists of today, anyone can see that Greece's dramatic and gloriously beautiful natural environment sets it apart. No other place in the world, except perhaps California, no place can rival the natural beauty of Greece. So it is no surprise that the Perivalon would play a leading role in defining Greece's rich history and magical culture throughout the millennia. I only wish I were there to hear all of the scholarly work being presented today on this topic. But this afternoon, you will hear about some of the modern environmental challenges impacting Greece as it and all of us around the world cope with the impacts of a warming climate. Extreme weather events, from extreme heat to wildfires to massive storm events, are happening in Greece just as they are happening around the world. In the past few months alone, Greece has experienced deadly wildfires, including the largest wildfire ever recorded within the borders of the European Union, and not long after, a series of storms which dropped 1 year's worth of rain in a day, causing devastating floods. We know that all of this is happening not because Zeus, Hera, and Poseidon are angry, though they should be. It is happening because human activity and our reliance on fossil fuels are driving global warming. As a result, scientists predict that extreme weather events will become even more frequent and more intense. How we respond will define the 21st century. That is the theme of this afternoon's roundtable discussion. You will hear from public officials and representatives from various industries on the challenges and potential solutions in dealing with our changing climate. I'd like to give a personal shout out to one of your speakers, my old friend and a lifelong climate warrior, Andreas Papandreou. From all the way out here in California, we can see clear parallels between the extreme weather in our state and what is happening in Greece. And we appreciate the many opportunities we've had to work together, sharing information and best practices. As a representative of the state of California, I could not be more proud of our state's deep commitment to combating climate change and transitioning to a carbon-free energy future. Greece is, and I am sure will continue to be, a very important global partner in this work. Thank you all. Thank you for your expertise and your participation in this conference. And I hope that it is truly effective and enjoyable to you all. Thank you.
Thank you to our Lieutenant Governor. And now we are going to begin our policy panel, but to tell you about our conference. This conference came about as a collaboration between 4 universities: Simon Fraser University, Sacramento State University, UCLA, and the National and Kapodistrian University in Athens. This collaboration brings together Hellenists and Philhellenes to study topics that are near and dear to us. And it was in discussions of the Greek War of Independence that questions arose: why are we not studying the Greek landscape itself? This conference and the series of events are exactly to deal with this issue. As my fellow colleague and very good friend James Horncastle had said 2 days ago, noted naturalist David Attenborough argues that the climate crisis is the biggest threat to security that modern humans have ever faced. Even United Nations Secretary Antonio Guterres, in a more measured language, called the ongoing climate change a, quote, crisis multiplier. Unfortunately, action on the climate crisis is falling far behind the rhetoric. As early as 2021, CNN noted that not a single G20 country, who are responsible for 80% of greenhouse gases generating climate change, are on track to meet their 2015 Paris Agreement goals. This development means that extreme weather will be an increasingly common phenomenon. It also means that we need a variety of tools to deal with these changes. Greece and its extensive recorded history help provide some of these answers, while we academics have spent 2 days discussing them from a scholarly perspective. Please join me now in welcoming our policy and business executives led by Ino Afendouli to discuss a different perspective. Thank you to the Niarchos Foundation. Thank you to the Tsakopoulos Hellenic Studies Foundation for supporting these events, and for both those who are here in the audiences and are being live streamed. Thank you very much. And to our distinguished guests, including our new Vice Chancellor of the University of Athens, our new ambassador to the West Coast. Yes? And thank you to all. Enjoy this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Katerina, for the introduction. Thanks, warm thanks to the organizers, because you have put together an excellent program during the week. Very useful, for exchanging views between the two sides of the Atlantic on topics that are very important but not debated very often. So I think it's a very useful contribution to the Greek public sphere And I do hope we will have this afternoon another good discussion, given that the panel is composed by very good experts, both from the public and the private sector. I'm sure that we will have a discussion on the essence of the topics, because it's often the case that we are talking about climate change and without practically any impact to what we can do on climate, energy, and politics. So I welcome the panel composed by Andreas Vorias, former California State Senate member, commissioner of the US-China Economic and Security Review Commission, and specializing in the renewable energy sector in California and Greece. Kostas Kartalis, professor of environmental and climate physics at the University of Athens, acting member of the European Scientific Board on Climate Change, and I would add, with a very good contribution to the organization of the Olympics in Greece, and a very well-known proponent of environmental issues and energy in our country. Argyro Psaltakou, civil engineer with a specialization of port management, coming from the Tekao company, specializing in many projects, one of them the Viliagmeni Marina project. And last but not least, Sven Robinson, former member of the Canadian Parliament for many years, 25 years if I'm not mistaken. So I think, as I said, we have a good mix of private and public sector, because when we talk about climate change, I mean, both business and politics are interconnected, and nobody is less useful than the other. But before going to our discussion, I would like to underline, against the background of the most recent crisis that we face and we are all worried about, the crisis in the Middle East, and also against the background of another major war that is happening in Europe. I realize that the top issue, which is the transition to a cleaner energy and the tackling of the consequences of the climate change, I mean, have been overshadowed, inevitably, by geopolitics, and by what I would call the fragmentation of globalization. Because in my view, and I am the least knowledgeable in this panel about climate change, but nevertheless, I dare, to have some opinion, climate change needs a universal response. And climate change and the measures that the international community took in the past tried to be a global response. Following the war in Ukraine, we have a very fragmented globalization. We have a divided world. We have the world of Europeans and Americans, and then they have the world of the Chinese and the Russians. So there is a clear divide. And this is something very important for international relations and for the peace in the world. And coming to the Middle East, another major crisis erupts, also against this background of a divided global environment. There you have, again, forces of radicalization against forces of status quo. So we are going through a very major change in international politics, and we cannot underestimate it in the context of how we tackle energy transition and climate change. A second point, and then I will stop because my role is to moderate and not to talk. When we come to Greece, because here at this panel we combine the global aspects with the national aspect. When we come to Greece, and for me, again, without deep knowledge of the topic, what I see as a citizen of this country, I see that there is a conflict, I would not say a conflict of interest, let's say a conflict, between two options. What kind of energy Greece should choose in the coming years? Clean energy, this is a different policy option. But here we have big projects of exploration of natural resources in the Eastern Mediterranean. And this project goes through cooperation with Egypt, Israel, even Turkey. So this is something we cannot ignore in our discussion, I would say. Going through the other aspects that we have discussed in the agenda, I mean, the 10 questions that we have, and it's very useful to go through. So what I would suggest is to make a first round with our colleagues here, alphabetical order, just to be fair to everybody.
First name or last name?
First name, I think I win.
And then, yes. I mean, to have 3-4 minutes of intervention, first round, and then to exchange views on the items of the agenda. So, starting from Andreas, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and in the interest of time, I will try to be brief, even though the common refrain is that politicians don't understand the definition of brevity. But I want to extend appreciation to Sacramento State, the Sacopoulos Foundation, and all the other participants, including UCLA, our Canadian friends, and our Greek friends over at Kapodistrian, University of Athens. I am approaching this panel, if I may, the same way that I would approach issues at the California level. When I served as a California state senator, I saw many parallels between California and Greece. And no doubt yesterday, the executive director of the Sacramento State Hellenic Department talked about how there are extraordinary similarities. And the area that I represented in California, which had about 1 million people, had the mountain ranges where we had fires. We have the agricultural areas where we have flooding and drought. So my background and what I hope to bring to this panel discussion is a multidisciplinary approach to how can we deal with the issues of climate change against the backdrop, as we just heard, of national and international security. The rules have changed dramatically. And I think when you look at climate change, you must look upon it as an international security issue, as it is. You must also look at food production and water availability and energy in that same fashion. And what I see more often than not is that you have very, very smart people, some of them in the think tank world or the academic world, talking to individuals in the policy-making realm, meaning the politicians or the administrators, and they don't always connect very well. And so I think what this panel can bring to the discussion is the marrying of people who have a background in industry or commercial enterprise, as well as politics, trying to make certain that we learn from the experts in the field. Those are the individuals that have studied climate change, and I must admit, my affiliation, my political affiliation was, or is as a Republican when I was serving as a senator. I could not believe that it took so long to try to convince my colleagues on the center-right aisle of American politics that climate change is real. It has been, and it always will be. So if you cannot have an honest discussion on what the conditions precedent are of the problem, you can't begin to address the issue. So finally, we are moving in the direction as a party that climate change is something acknowledged, but there is a balance between individuals in the political side that are driven by climate ambitions, tethered by those that are in the category of trying to execute based on rules of the ground and the practical circumstances in which we find ourselves. So with that context, I appreciate the opportunity to be here and look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much. Kostas, I mean, I think we would wish, I mean, Greece to be like California.
Better. You won't be better than California.
I'm afraid we are not there yet, to a certain extent. But having followed and contribute to the Greek environmental policy for many years, what are the lessons learned? Are there any good news about our country?
I think there are good news. There are good and bad news. And there's always a case which of the two are more with respect to the balance. There's a better environmental awareness. There's no doubt about it. There are a lot of people who are aware about climate, about the environment, about the need to protect the environment, to be sustainable with respect to the practices. And that has been advancing time-wise, year after year. I can see that in my university. I can see that in the various groups I do participate. And this is it's a very positive message. When it comes to the responsibility per person, the individual responsibility, things are not getting that good. I mean, we have done a lot of studies. There have been surveys that ask people whether they are ready to support, collaborate, volunteer. There is an increase year after year, but still the numbers are very low, which means that there's an understanding that climate change is a problem. Environmental protection is also an issue to be taken into consideration. But on the other hand, there seems to be a reluctance in getting involved in things that have to do with both the protection of the environment or the adaptation or mitigation of climate change. And that reflects a social issue. It's not an environmental issue. It's not an educational issue. It's a social issue, whether you have a culture or a mentality of volunteering, being a volunteer in different issues. And at the same time, the whole system is being, in a sense, confused by all the major changes that you mentioned in the beginning, and there are so many changes. There had been an understanding that climate change, for instance, is an environmental issue. It's not, it's nothing like that. It is geopolitical, energy, financial, environmental, social, it's all together. If you just tackle one of the dimensions, you will never solve the problem. The equation cannot be solved. And at the same time, we had this Ukraine case, the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, which modified a lot of understandings and beliefs with respect to how things have to be evolved. You mentioned something that is very critical in the environmental perception of the Greek citizen, whether we need to have clean energy or whether we have to do drillings for hydrocarbons in the Aegean, in the South Aegean. I would say, regardless of this, which can be discussed later, there's a more important question to be answered, also with respect to the stance of the Greek people to environment and climate. Whether we need to be dependent on supply chains that are very much extended. We import so many things from other countries which are far away. I'm not against globalization, but maybe it's about time to think about globalization minus instead of globalization plus, to bring supply chains closer to the country, develop a safety with respect to the provision of goods, including the energy supplies, and that may reflect a better understanding of the public with respect to the confidence to the governmental actions or to the local actions with respect to the protection of the environment and the transition to clean energy.
Thank you. So, Iro, you come from the private sector, you represent a dynamic company. What's your take, I mean, in general terms? And then we will specify during our discussion.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here, for being here, and especially Mrs. Lagos for giving me this opportunity to be here among so distinguished people. And as you said earlier, I come from the construction industry. And to tell you the truth, all these years we are facing also climate changes that are affecting also our jobs, our everyday life. And also, for example, let's say, with the latest, with these storms that we had, Elias and Daniel, and of course during the summertime, the summer period that we have great heat waves, we have to stop people from working, and our personnel, that is working exposed to the weather conditions. So this model and this, let's say, without any stop in the construction industry, we do not face it yet, and we cannot submit, let's say, time schedule and calculate that we're going to deliver a project or infrastructure project of high importance on time, but we have to face all these factors that we didn't have to do previous years. So also these facts, these events also affect the cost of a project, and we see extra cost because of that. Furthermore, in the construction industry, we also have, let's say, from the European Union, some tools, some financial tools. For example, the RRF tool, the RRF plan that is mostly helpful and is going to support the green transition in Greece. And for us, for our, let's say, construction industry, to give you an example of the magnitude of this support for Greece, for the society in general, and in order to achieve this green transition and not to have social cohesion, in this endeavor, we will mobilize around, let's say, 30 billion euros, and with mobilization will be 60 billion euros for this support, and the magnitude of this help will be, if you want to understand it completely, if the GDP, the Greece's GDP is around 200 billions, so you can imagine that 60 billions is a lot of help in order to change things. And for that matter, of course, there is another challenge that we have to face, especially in Greece, regarding the absorption. And how are we going to implement all those projects that we have to do and to have to achieve the target in order to be to gain climate neutrality until 2050, which is one of the targets that the European Union has set for all over European members. And another thing that I would like to say is what Mrs. Afedouli said earlier in the introduction, that in order to get there, we need collaboration and collective, let's say, actions and collective actions. And now, more than ever, the things have become very, very hard to that path.
Thank you, Iro. To Sven, you know, for me, and I anticipate to many in the audience, Canada was a model state, in a way, for many years. And this summer, when we saw what happened in Canada, I mean, we were all very sad, of course. And then the same happened to Greece with an interval of a few weeks, let's say. Okay, but Greece is a small country without, I mean, an administration that is working very well, no equipment, and so on and so on. So climate change does not recognize small and big countries.
No, you're absolutely right, Ino. And first of all, let me join in thanking the sponsors. It's really an honor to be able to join this distinguished panel. And let me say right off the bat that on Greece, I look forward to the wisdom of my Greek and my Greek-American colleagues, because I'm certainly not an expert at all in that area. But I really want to thank the four universities that are hosting this event. It's been fascinating the last couple of days. I've certainly learned a lot, and it's great to be able to join you. I also just want to say a word at this point. You did mention the conflicts, of course, in Ukraine, but also particularly now, at this absolutely critical time, I know that there are people watching and in the audience who are personally, profoundly affected, whose families in some cases are directly affected. And I just want to reach out to them, the victims of the terrorist attacks in Israel, absolutely devastating. the ongoing state terrorism that we are witnessing in Gaza, over 4,000 people whose lives have been lost, 1,500, almost 1,500 children. And my heart goes out to you, and my hope for an urgent humanitarian ceasefire, obviously return of hostages as well, but it is a devastating moment, and I fear what is to come. You made reference to climate change not distinguishing between big countries and smaller countries, and that's absolutely right. In fact, some of the greatest victims, of course, are tiny island states that have been profoundly affected. I remember I visited Vanuatu and spoke with some of the people there who fear for the future, literally, of their country as a direct result of climate change. I also just wanted to mention, I sent a note to some friends back in Canada that I was participating in this conference and staying in a great hotel. Thank you, Katrina. The Titania Hotel. Autocorrect changed my message and had me staying at the Titanic Hotel. One letter can make a big difference. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because it is a bit of a metaphor for the reality of what we are facing. The iceberg of climate change. And I guess I am probably, one of those forces of radicalization on this subject, because I don't think we have the luxury of time. I think we owe it to not just current people who are directly affected, but to those who follow us, to recognize that this is an existential crisis, emergency. Katrina, you quoted some words of Antonio Guterres, and you said they were sort of moderate words, and that's correct. But here's what Guterres had to say at the COP conference just late last year. He said, "We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing." He said, "Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing, global temperatures keep rising, and our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator. Humanity has a choice: cooperate or perish. It's either a climate solidarity pact or a collective suicide pact." Strong words. And underlining that, and I guess my final point in this opening round, is the International Energy Agency's words on this, who were crystal clear, and we've heard some talk about potential new fossil fuel projects in the South Aegean. There are a variety of other projects. I'm going to talk a little bit later about what's happening in Eastern Africa right now, which is very serious. In my own country, in Canada, some significant new projects. But here's what the International Energy Agency had to say. They said, and this is a group of experts on the economy, energy. They put out a landmark report very recently, just a couple of years ago, and this was 2 years ago, saying that in order to get to net zero by 2050, and everybody agrees, that's the target. I mean, that's still way too far. But in order to get there, they said 2 years ago that there must be no new investments, and I underline that, no new investments in fossil fuel development. If governments are serious about the climate crisis, there can be no new investments in oil, gas, and coal from now, from this year. That was 2021. Time is running out. And I think we have an obligation in Greece, in Canada, and globally to recognize that and take every possible step to protect our fragile environment.
Thank you, Sven. Oh, coming to you again, Andrea, because you have when we are talking climate transition, I don't know if the term is correct, but this is how I translate, the effort of the government and of the business to go towards a cleaner environment. So this transition is similar to the Industrial Revolution. I mean, it will take a sea change to go towards a totally new direction of the world economy. There, you have the states and you have the private sector, the business. The Industrial Revolution, I mean, had not the states to depend upon.
Sure.
So sometimes business are doing things better than the states. And when we see the big picture, we have states as US, business friendly. We have states like China, statist tradition, not talking about India or Russia. So how this combination of state and business can be successful when we are talking about transition?
That's a great question. I think California is a unique example in world affairs because depending on what you look at, it's the fourth or fifth largest economy in the world. So the tradition in the U.S. is that California is so big and that it leads in legislation. In fact, one of our greatest exports within the U.S. itself is that California exports legislation across America, eventually to D.C. What happens with this tradition, however, is that sometimes you get over your skis, meaning that you have politicians who want to make certain that they are advancing an agenda. Oftentimes it could be a good agenda, but advancing an agenda that is not grounded in reality. And what I mean by that is California has been very, very aggressive. They want a 2045 carbon neutral date. Is that going to happen? Probably not. Does it want to electrify all of California? Yes. Does it have the infrastructure to do that? No. Does it want to get rid of fossil fuels? Absolutely. Does it still bring in oil from Ecuador, Venezuela, and Saudi Arabia? Yes. What you have is a paradox. You have individuals that are making policy that are not necessarily grounded in commercial realities and practical realities. So to answer your question, I think the best form of public policy is when you have the integration of parties, meaning that you have the experts in the field advising on courses of action, you have individuals that are in the field of commerce itself telling you what can and cannot be done, and then you have policy that reflects those sensibilities and you can move things forward. That's not always congruous in California. So I was speaking at a conference in Athens last year telling our Greek friends, learn from our mistakes in California because you're in a very unique position as a country. Greece is going to emerge as an energy hub in the Southeast Mediterranean. This is a very unique moment in time where you can be a net importer and a net generator of a clean energy that will help offset the divestment policies, especially after the invasion of Ukraine. And now we look at the instability back again in the Middle East. Greece literally can emerge as a leader, and it will. But it needs to make certain that it too learns the lessons of California because you want electrical interconnections in this country, let's say clean energy generated from Egypt, transmitted underwater to Crete, but we learned that Crete doesn't have the infrastructure or the grid capacities to handle it. So you can't fungibly allow northern Greece and the Balkans to use your energy in Greece if you yourself can't accept the production capacities of your neighboring countries. So this is where learning the lessons of other people in other countries makes for the best possible public policy.
Kostas, I'm turning to you, sorry, Iro, I will come back to you in a moment. I mean, having served in government position, do you believe that Greece can emerge as a model in the region of energy transition, of energy hub? I mean, do we have the administrative, political, and social consensus to do this?
Okay, that's a difficult question. You can win the elections with this. Okay, I know that you never have a second chance to make the first impression, but you always have the chance plenty of time to correct a mistake. Many thanks to Katerina and all the organizers for the event and for the invitation. I forgot to say that before. Okay, now going back to your question, I think that Greece has a unique opportunity to demonstrate that you can achieve energy security through clean energy and not vice versa. There are a lot of people who have now turned to a different opinion following the Ukraine problem, saying that you have to first achieve energy security and then move to clean energy. I think this is a pseudo dilemma. You have the resources, you have the infrastructure, you have the capacity technical-wise. Of course, you need to do more things, Andreas, you are correct. In order to promote more the clean energy, at the moment, Greece supports the electricity grid of the country by 45% through renewables. And that was achieved through the crisis, the economic crisis of the country from 2010 to 2020, which means that once something is profitable and makes sense, it can be sustainable even during the crisis. So my feeling is that Greece doesn't have to demonstrate that it's an importer energy hub. I know that that sounds very nice geopolitically, and it sounds very prominent for a country to be considered as the hub of the southeastern Mediterranean, but still I think that the major priority is to achieve clean energy so as to get the energy security, not to import anything, just to have energy efficiency, clean energy, green hydrogen, which comes to the market, and many other things that are part of the decarbonization process that we all know. At the same time, we have to be very sincere. There's a lot of hypocrisy with respect to fossil fuels. Everybody speaks that fossil fuels are getting away. It doesn't happen. Last year, I'm not talking about Greece anymore. Last year, there had been a report saying that there was an investment by the multinational oil firms called companies, fossil fuel companies, $1.3 trillion. Out of this amount, the percentage given for decarbonization was 0.2%. And at the same time, there are so many promises. There's going to be too many promises in Dubai in 1 month now in the Conference of Parties 28. There were so many promises in Glasgow. Promises are promises. And they're not kept, they're not respected. And we see the carbon dioxide increases every year, you said that before. There are impacts. We know from scientific point of view that at least in this part of the planet, in the Eastern Mediterranean, we are already being considered a hotspot. And that doesn't have to do anything exotic. It's hotspot because of the climate events. So I think the priority is for us, for the country, to achieve energy security, clean energy, and then energy security, and that's a very important challenge. Again, Andreas is correct. It cannot happen from one day to the other. You need a solid plan that spans 30 years because you have to develop infrastructure, you have to change the mentality of the business sector, you have to change the mentality of the political system, of the public sector, develop all the different tools and weapons in order to achieve this. And this is why the target for the European Union is 2050, with intermediate steps 2030 and 2040. Nobody believes that we can stop tomorrow oil, lignite, coal, and natural gas. You have to be, I don't want to say something, you have to be out of context in order to say something like this. So you need to invest in a different model, a model that takes advantage of a long-term planning, secure that whatever you decide sustains the different electoral cycles, because after 4 years you have a different government, and you have to be constant with respect to your policies, and eventually it will happen. It's not easy, of course. It costs money. You have to take the public with you. It's not always the case. Nobody said that climate change mitigation is an easy story. It's very, very difficult, and it gets more and more difficult as long as we miss the opportunities and time advances faster than what we do.
Thank you. Iro, from your perspective, how you see, I mean, this, is it difficult, the transition? Are you ready to adapt? Your sector is a very important sector, especially for the Greek economy. So how you feel that this transition can be successful?
I would like to agree with the previous speakers, and I would like to add also to that Also to Andreas, you are very right, because we need infrastructure. I mean, in our case, that we want to develop in renewable sources of energy, we see that we have developed a lot of wind parks and a lot of photovoltaic parks, but nevertheless, now there are many permits regarding these renewable sources that cannot be met due to the fact that there are no grid capacity. And so we leave this opportunity like that. And so we need grid infrastructure in order to achieve, as you said, for Greece to be a hub, an energy hub. Furthermore, regarding what Mr. Kartalis said about, okay, we want to make the green transition, and the only way to do that is to use clean energy. But also there is some circumstances that we cannot avoid due to wars, due to other incidents. And we have the example in Kozani, and that some years ago, the government wanted to shut down the lignite mines. And of course, we had many oppositions regarding that, because the society and all the economic benefits that they had is revolving around this kind of development. So even though they tried to shut it down, the Ukraine war came, and then you had to balance the cost and the effects of that, let's say, action. And that's why we decided to keep it and postpone these whole actions. Also, I would like to say that I believe that the climate change and the impacts that it has affects more the less developed countries. And we see that there is inequality, because the more developed countries are the ones that have a bigger share on the genesis of this problem, but they suffer more, the less developed suffer more than the developed countries. And for that reason, that is why we have also water refugees. And of course, Greece, we have to say, and as you said earlier, Andreas, is the entry point for the European Union from the east part. So we also suffer a lot about immigration waves that come here, and we have to shelter them and look after them. This is my opinion for that. And of course, it is a very serious and a very hard task that we have to deal with. But as you said earlier, we have to do that because we are heading to extinction as humanity and as life itself on the planet.
Thank you. Sven, I mean, with your strong political background, I mean, when we are talking climate transition, we have again a divide between, let's say, North and South, the global South. I mean, the industrialized North goes towards a direction that can destroy the development opportunities of countries that are not that developed. And at the same time, I mean, you cannot ignore that what is going to happen with the fossil fuel production countries, I mean, the Gulf, how they are going to react. Can they support this transition? I mean, going against their interests?
Boy, some challenging questions. But I wanted to come back to the first question that you asked, and that was about the can business and government work together in a cooperative and collaborative fashion on this? I think we have to recognize the reality of history in this area as well. And the reality of history in this area in terms of the oil and gas industry is a pretty shocking one. The reality is that it's very similar to what took place with tobacco. And you'll recall that the tobacco industry, very powerful lobby. And, Konstantinos, you were a politician, Andreas, myself, we've all been lobbied by different forces. I mean, Big Pharma was one of the biggest that lobbied me. I don't know about you, but oil and gas was very powerful. And the parallels today with the power and the deceit of oil and gas and fossil fuel are very, very strong. And in fact, I want to come back to Guterres, because he actually underscored in a very powerful way what's actually happening with the tobacco industry. I mean, for a long time, the tobacco industry was basically trying to deny the science. It doesn't exist. There's no problem. They hired fancy marketing consultants, and their product was killing people. Well, fossil fuels and the burning of fossil fuels, which are causing climate change, are also killing people. And it's interesting because the fossil fuel industry has hired many of the same experts that were advising the tobacco industry. And on that, what Guterres had to say was very interesting. If I can just find his quote here on, he said, and this was just last year, he said, "For decades, the fossil fuel industry has invested heavily in pseudoscience and public relations with a false narrative to minimize their responsibility for climate change and undermine ambitious climate policies." And for the first time, Guterres, and this is the Secretary General of the United Nations, he compared the fossil fuel companies to the tobacco companies that continued to push their addictive products while concealing or attacking health advice that showed clear links between smoking and cancer. And finally, he said this. He said, "The industry, fossil fuel industry, has exploited precisely the same scandalous tactics as big tobacco decades before. Like tobacco interests, fossil fuel interests and their financial accomplices must not escape responsibility." So, you know, when you talk about government and business working together, in some sectors, I hope, for example, in the construction sector, that's one where there could be that kind of positive collaboration. But we have to recognize that the oil and gas and fossil fuel industries have been lying and putting profit ahead of the protection and respect for the environment. I have to say, and I know this will probably be a little bit controversial, and Andreas, you may not agree with me 100% on this, but I'm actually very, very pleased that California has shown leadership on this front, and they are actually suing the biggest oil companies. California is suing the biggest oil companies. Just recently, I think last month, and I know that Andreas will want to comment on this, but good for California as far as I'm concerned, because what they've said is that they've caused tens of billions of dollars in damage, these companies. They've lied for years about the impact of this. They knew a long time ago what the impact was, and yet they covered it up, and they denied the reality of that impact. California is on the front lines, as is British Columbia, Canada, Greece, and California's case is the most significant, in my view, and powerful climate action that's directed against the oil and gas industry. And I think when you've got an industry that lies and threatens people's lives, that's very dangerous. An industry which also, by the way, a fossil fuel industry, which funds politicians. Now, in the United States, politicians, I mean, I don't know how, Andreas, you manage to raise the kind of obscene amounts of money that you need to run an election campaign. In Canada, by the way, corporate donations and union donations are illegal. Can't give money. It's democratically financed. But in the United States, there's massive funding. By the way, and this is another subject maybe we can, if we have time to look at, the way that fossil fuel and oil and gas people are also working in universities to try to influence the dialogue in universities. But the money, the big money that goes into politics, I think it's very positive that California is taking them on. The last thing, and Andreas, I know you may not agree 100%, but the last thing I wanted to just comment is to agree with the point that you made about the impact on the global south. Because, that Titanic that I mentioned at the beginning, it's the third-class passengers in the global south that are affected most dramatically by this. And just two recent examples, actually in the Guardian newspaper, the UK Guardian newspaper, just 2 days ago, there were two headlines side by side. One was out of Uganda, in which a group of students in Uganda were protesting against the oil pipeline that is being pushed through in Eastern Africa. They tried to deliver a petition to Parliament, and they were basically shut down. And they've raised very serious concerns, echoed by the European Parliament, by the way, about that particular project. And then the other headline, and this goes directly to the point you made, is the connection between migration and climate change, and people escaping, trying to escape from climate change. There was a headline about a family in Mexico who nearly died in a migrant center in Mexico. They had fled from Honduras. Why did they flee from Honduras? Well, they fled from Honduras because the rise in water on this coastal community was so great that at least 300 meters of their land disappeared. It's an existential crisis in Honduras. It disappeared, but this is not recognized as a grounds for asylum. So when you see desperate people fleeing, I live in Cyprus now, and we see it in Cyprus, the boats, certainly you see it in Greece. We have to make the link also, and this is another reason, it seems to me, why we've got to heed the cry of Guterres and the International Energy Agency and others and say, okay, we're not going to make a transition overnight, you're absolutely right, in terms of converting what we have now, but we can at least put a stop to new fossil fuel developments.
So, and then we are going to discuss what do you see as the biggest environmental challenge?
Well, I did want to comment, but maybe indirectly to my Canadian friend. I'll let the fossil fuel industry lobby and defend themselves. That's not my responsibility. But he's absolutely right that the fossil industry, as well as the pharmaceutical industry, as well as big data and big tech, they have a way of influencing the American political system, I think, uniquely. And I don't say that in a good way. That, they do hire fancy lobbyists, they do hire fancy marketing firms and so on and so forth, and they do have an outsized influence in our capitals in the US and, of course, Washington. That, I think, needs to be reformed across the board. But let's also make certain that we look at this in the appropriate international global context. One of the challenges with California is that it believes that if it cleans the leaves off its lawn, but pushes them over here to their neighbors, that their house is clean. That's not the way it works. As I mentioned earlier, you can close down all of the extraction infrastructure that you have in California, but then you're going to open it up and buy it on the open commodity market. That doesn't move the needle. It makes you feel good that California is leading by legislation, but it doesn't change the reality. And unless you have commitments with the major polluters, the US, China, India, just to name three, in terms of the global output, you're not going to move the needle very much. And that is where I think that as we have these discussions, it needs to be balanced in reality. And whether that is a 2050 or whether it's not, I don't know. I'm not an expert in the field. But just because you have these extraordinary measures that are taken, that take place in a given capital, doesn't change the dynamics elsewhere. But I will mention something that could be of interest to Greece right now, coming from California. Just a couple of weeks ago, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, signed a bill that says by next year, any corporation that has revenues in excess of $1 billion must begin assessing and disclosing its carbon footprint. By 2027, that disclosure mandate also applies to third parties and subcontractors. What does that mean? That means that your Amazon, your logistics behemoth Amazon, is going to have to accumulate its carbon footprint and also all of the functionaries that are part of the infrastructure on what they're contributing. That also goes for probably Uber and Lyft and all these others. I'm of the opinion if you can't measure, then you're not going to have the ability to change. So I think that is one thing that is going to be something that I think is reasonable as part of the process. Getting rid of fossil fuels this year or 2021 as the original reference clearly has not happened. And if you look at states that are now dealing with Russia and in Israel, it further confirms that without the support of China and India and the EU, as well as the US, you're not going to move the needle.
This is exactly what I fear as well, that under the current conditions in international affairs, it would be very difficult to find a consensus. Already we are lagging behind the goal set already, and it would take a huge effort on behalf of the superpower, let's say, to reach a consensus on what's the biggest challenge, what realistically we can do. I mean, it would be really very difficult, I mean, under the current circumstances.
I wanted to actually mention something else, if I can just mention a good news story that I think should perhaps inspire us to recognize that with all the challenges, and you're absolutely right, Andreas, I mean, about China and India and so on, but there is a model of how sustained collaborative international action, which is grounded in science and evidence, can make a difference, and that is what's called the Montreal Protocol. And I think people should be aware of that because it's a good news story. And as a Canadian, you know, I kind of like the Montreal Protocol as an example. In the 80s, but actually it started in California. There were a couple of scientists in California at UC Irvine, if I'm not mistaken, who recognized the threat of the hole in the ozone layer. And this was in the early 70s, and they did some amazing work. Sadly, the corporate sector denied, lied. Big company called DuPont, you know, said, no, this isn't a problem. This isn't hurting anybody, right? Same story. It's tobacco and fossil fuels. But the good news is that by the mid-'80s, things were changing, and in 89, this Montreal Protocol came into force, which was a binding agreement with reporting requirements, transparency, independent oversight, and it has made a huge difference. 98% of the ozone that was a threat is now gone. The threat of the hole in the ozone layer to the Antarctic is largely diminished, and through that collective action, we were able to make a profound difference on a fundamentally important environmental issue. So I just wanted to, you know, it's obviously these are tough and challenging times, but there are examples of how global collaboration can actually move the needle, and in a pretty rapid way. So I think that's important to.
It can happen again. This is
I hope so.
It's more difficult, though.
Yeah, of course, it's more
Please.
difficult. Yeah.
I fully agree. I mean, the Montreal Protocol was a success story. It was applied in 1989. It took 34 years to demonstrate its benefits. And still, the ozone layer has not been yet recovered. The ozone depletion is still there, but at a lesser extent. But why? Yes, I agree that it was an international agreement. It was an international activation, and the countries managed to comply altogether. But it was much easier because it was just to replace one chemical species, to change the carbon CFCs, carbon fluorocarbons, which are in the sprays, in the fridges, and so on and so forth, with a new chemical substitute, which was inert. It wasn't that complicated as climate change. I mean, I agree that it's a very good example, and it's an example that we have to demonstrate to the public so as to gain some momentum from the public as well, because otherwise, if we listen all to the negative things, people will get disappointed, they will drop the case.
Give up hope.
Yes, they will say, if it's going to happen, why should I do anything? It's going to happen anyway. So it's good to show the good examples, but we have to put things in the right perspective. I mean, climate change is much more complicated. That is why it needs many, many decades of commitment and from all countries. And I think this is the major challenge, that countries do not comply with their obligations. There are very few countries. I would say that the better performing body is the European Union. It has a solid legislation. It applies the legislation. You said that, Andreas, you said before about the responsibility for the footprint. The Union has the footprint already. I mean, every industrial company, any transport company, any company dealing with energy, they have to buy the rights to emit carbon dioxide. They have to pay money for this. And in order to save money, they have to reduce the emissions. So there is a motive. So there are things to be done, and they have to be done by everybody, because if one country or one agglomeration of countries just does that, it's not going to be the case. It's a planetary problem. No matter where you go in the planet, you will measure the same amount of carbon dioxide, the same amount, because it doesn't take part in chemical reactions. So it's been transferred by the atmospheric masses, and you can find the same amount everywhere, in the Antarctic, in Athens, in Montreal, wherever.
Sorry,
Yes, please.
I had one other little bit of good news I wanted to share. At least I think it's very positive news. Some of the people that have been most affected by climate change, and this goes back to the point that you made earlier, have been indigenous peoples. Certainly in Canada, in my own country, indigenous people in many cases have been on the front lines of the impact of climate change. And there's been some significant battles just that are ongoing, actually, in my own province of British Columbia on this front. But some very good news in Ecuador recently, just I think it was in August, 2-3 months ago, there was a referendum. During the course of the election, the national election there was a referendum on whether or not to stop drilling of oil in indigenous land. And that referendum passed by a significant majority, and the indigenous people there had their rights respected. We've seen what's happening in the Amazon. It's just exactly Australia, the failure of the voice referendum. Too often, indigenous people are on the front lines in the struggle against climate change, and it seems to me that we also have to recognize that that is an ongoing challenge when we speak about climate change.
Coming to the national context, Iro, I mean, what would you see from your own angle, the biggest challenge, let's say, and do you see any substantial effort to tackle it?
Yes. First of all, I would like to say that the more I was reading about something else, and then I will come to your question, the more I was reading the Paris Agreement, the CAP conferences, etc., I would like to agree with you that you would read so many things, so many targets that we should do in order to get to the climate neutrality and how things are going, and it was very hopeful. But to tell you the truth, we have to, let's say, to minimize the gap between theory and practice, because the index of all these conferences, the agreement, etc., is theory. And in theory, many things are easy, many things seem okay, they can be achieved, etc., etc. But to tell you the truth, when you have to act, then this is the hard part. So I agree with all of you, what you said. I think also it is very difficult to go there. And also, the people, the less privileged people, are the ones that suffer the most, and they suffer not in the future, as we're going to do, but they suffer now.
Can I add on?
Yes.
She's absolutely right. This is going to parlay into some other comments. When I answered the first question, I talked about the party that I affiliated with in America, the Republican Party, had issue with this. And I think they had issue with it for a number of reasons, one of which was the weaponization of climate change, meaning that folks on the center-left side of the aisle would advocate for certain policies and use it as justification under the umbrella of climate change. And on the Republican side, they didn't want those social changes, and so they found themselves pigeonholed. I don't know where domestically Greece is on this issue, nor do I know where France or Germany or a lot of other countries are domestically when it comes to their electorate. But what I have found interesting is that folks in the ports industry, the hospitality industry, and most importantly, the military complex, the military industry. They are the ones that are at the forefront of having to harden the ports, to elevate the coastal areas, to talk about what national security means when the Arctic begins to break up and Russia is able to move and maneuver through the relatively unimpeded. These are the voices that I think lend to the conversation in ways that traditional advocates don't have enough credibility. And so I think part of getting this narrative is folks in the commercial sector, the ports, the hardening requirements, and the military. That I think is very helpful in making this a forefront issue.
Can I ask a question of our Greek friends?
I ask him first a question.
Yeah.
I mean, two points, because what you mentioned is very interesting. Yes, climate change is changing the nature of how we are doing defense, and especially deterrence, for all the reasons, not only the natural disasters that the military have to face as well, military mobility, and also huge movement of population. So it changed the whole designing of how especially big nations are going to do defense. But coming to the point you raised about the divide internally in US between one party and the other party, would you see a radical change if we have another party in the administration next year? I have to put this question inevitably.
All right, next question.
You can
That's the nightmare scenario.
I think this goes to disruptive technology. Let me veer off for a second. Disruptive technology is basically the theory that sometimes the existing infrastructure of a given issue is so calcified that you need to disrupt it in order to resurrect a clear line of thinking. And I'll use the example that, Facebook was a disruptive technology, right? It changed everything. The problem with fossil fuels is that we rely on it for everything. Transport of goods, driving your vehicles, putting food on the table, delivering water, delivering oil and gas itself. So the idea that we can use the analogy of disruptive technology to achieve a climate objective, most of the disruptive technologies that we've experienced don't get to the bread and butter of daily life. So that's where I think, to your point, if we were to have a third-party candidate step into the presidential race, and I think we have one of those right now, the American system, because we're not parliamentary, the parliamentary system of government, I think, is the truest form of democracy, meaning that you can force individuals to create a platform, but on others they may fundamentally disagree. So coalition governments can be very helpful. We're looking at the massive dysfunction in Washington where we still don't have a Speaker of the House. This is about as embarrassing as what one could imagine, as much as it is sad and tragic. The American political system still is probably not ready for a third-party candidate because the infrastructure is so calcified that maybe a disruptive technology could shake things up a bit, but historically, third-party candidates are normally spoilers, aka, let's say Ross Perot back in the old election that allowed Clinton to come in.
No, I just had a question for my Greek friends. One of the issues that we haven't yet touched on is another critically important issue, the loss of biodiversity, but particularly also in the context of Canada and the Amazon, old-growth forests, tropical, temporal rainforests, old-growth forests. In British Columbia, we have some magnificent old-growth forests, but just a handful remain. And in fact, young people particularly, but not just young people, have been on the front lines just over the course of the last year in standing up against the destruction of these magnificent ecosystems, because it's not just fiber. It's a magnificent ecosystem. And once it's gone, and thousands of years old, they're gone forever. Over 1,200 people have been arrested over the course of the last year in British Columbia trying to defend the last remaining old-growth forest. I'm just wondering, what's the situation in Greece with forests? How is it, is there old-growth forest remaining? Is it all gone? And if it's not, what steps are being taken to protect it?
Well, this last summer we had a devastating forest fire, which was the biggest forest fire in Europe for many, many years, maybe decades. It took place in the northern part of the country, and it exhausted a very important forest, which is also protected by the Natura 2000 European Directive for the Protection of Biodiversity. And forest fires have been intensified the last years because of the presence of very aggressive heat waves before the fires. And there is a cascading effect. The heat wave exhausts the humidity of the ground, of the trees, and whenever the forest fire takes place, it's much more difficult to be controlled and extinguished, how it's be called. So it's obvious that there are very, very critical limits to the natural landscape and the biodiversity of the country, and this is why there has been a lot of attention recently about a change in the civil protection system in order to be more proactive with respect to forest fires and practically try to reduce the impact of a forest fire when it happens. That fire that took place this summer, a good friend who is a journalist, Thodoros Georgakopoulos, he went up to the northern part of the country, the place called Dadia, and he drove his car for about an hour. He taped it in a video, and it's a trip of 1 hour through burned forests. It was the strongest message that I could see, and everybody could see. It's on the YouTube. And usually we use the YouTube to see nice landscapes, but he did exactly the opposite in order to show the destruction that happened. So there's there's some more attention now in order to reduce the fires and improve the condition. This summer we had, let's say, a record of forest fires with respect to the burnt areas, something like Canada. In both cases, there were very intense heat waves, which practically make the fires more aggressive. I would say the main message, after all these climate hazards that we had this summer, because we had a heat wave of 15 days, then we had the forest fires, and then we had a major flood in the central part of the country, is that this shows that there is no more tolerance by nature. And I can give you an example. There was a lake in the central part of Greece where we had the major floods called Karla. That specific lake was dried up in 1962 in order for the land to be given to the farmers who didn't have properties for cultivation. Year after year, nature demonstrated its anger by reducing the waterbed. I mean, water was getting less and less, especially in the underground. And eventually, Greece and the European Union decided to reconstruct the lake, how it's been called correctly, that's not the correct word, reconstruct, to do the lake again. And it was developed again, made up again in 2002, and there's a lake again in the system. Now that we had the floods, all the water, the excessive water from the rainfalls, the storms, got to Karla, and Karla got the size it used to have back in 1962. And it covered all the agricultural land around. And it's going to take about 570 days to dry up. I mean, the flooded area, that is the estimate.
Nature found his way back.
Nature found his way back, exactly. And he finds his way back with a very, 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 let's say, very difficult way. I mean, it demonstrates that if you don't respect the very simple rules of nature, you're going to be fully penalized with respect to the impacts.
Please.
Of course, we have to say also for the forest that we have to take also some measurement regarding the protection of the forest as well, because I think, and I have a friend that is volunteering, and he told me that we are not organized, we don't have the adequate personnel in order to cover and to protect our forests. And of course, we saw that after the incidents with the massive burnings of the forests, the government asked from most of the construction companies to contribute to that effort and to give also machinery, equipment, and even people in order to gather together. So this is an initiative, and it was, let's say, a communal and a collaborative way in order to confront this issue. We were one of those construction companies that contributed to this effort, yes. So,
look, when it comes to climate change, I think there is an issue of utmost importance for the humanity. But I don't see a real movement to change things as they stand now. And because I belong to a generation that was not afraid of going to the street, I mean, for reclaiming rights, etc.
We have our sofas to do our demonstrations.
I don't see, actually now, despite the fact that overwhelmingly public opinion, universally, they are in favor of doing something, etc., I don't see a real movement. I mean, struggling for pushing, because I am very pessimistic as it regards the actions of the governments. So, why we don't have a movement?
Well, I mean, you're asking the wrong person. I think it's the only hope. And if anything gives me hope at this point, it is young people. Because at least in my country, and I think, probably in Greece and Andreas in the United States and California, it's young people that really are demanding change. And they're not prepared to accept, these 30-year, 40-year deadlines. And they're prepared to, in some cases, engage in peaceful civil disobedience, which I personally think may be the only way to force the politicians to finally pay attention. I guess I have the honor, I would say it's an honor, of being the only Canadian politician in history that's actually gone to jail for civil disobedience, protecting the environment. I stood, I was a repeat offender, actually. I stood with the Haida First Nation in 1985 when the destruction of the magnificent Haida Gwaii in northern British Columbia, both times I was a member of Parliament, was threatened, and we stood on the line. We blocked the logging of old-growth forests. We saved that area. And then in 1993, once again at Clayoquot Sound, if any of you have been to the west coast of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, magnificent area, same thing, we stood on the line. I was then a repeat offender, so the judge said, I got no choice, I got to send you off for a couple of weeks. My party, and this goes, Andreas, to the point you were making about some of the internal party challenges. My caucus colleagues demanded that the leader throw me out of the caucus for this disrespectful action, but we won that battle as well. And so I think, it's a very good question, but I don't think we can give up hope. I think we have to demand of our political leaders that they respect the reality of what's happening. I mentioned Guardian headlines from a couple of days ago. The Guardian headline from today, actually is exclusive. Physical and mental impact on young people needs immediate action. Dr. Camilla Kingdon says, the climate crisis poses an existential risk to the health and well-being of all children. And action to tackle it is needed immediately, Britain's most senior pediatrician said. These are young people that face this calamity. And so I think, radical action to demand change is probably the only way to see it. Andreas agrees with me, don't you, brother?
Would you expect something tangible at the coming summit in the United...
in COP28?
Yeah.
Well, I think Kwasi said it best, that, politicians are really good at putting out objectives that are not based in reality. And the problem with that is that it self-perpetuates, meaning that if you are a politician, you're going to want to one-up somebody. So no, we're not going to have California be net neutral at 2050. We're going to do 2045. Oh, no, it'll be 2038. None of these things are, I think, are based on what experts say is commercially viable. Now, I don't mean to say that you take orders from the private sector. They have a different ethos. One's profit, one is, a Commonwealth-driven, institution, and that is going to always have a tension. But I think your point is, I don't know how much a Gandhi-esque approach to the climate is going to change behavior. I think there was that Scandinavian firebrand that would always protest. I don't know if it has changed world behavior. It draws attention, no doubt. But I'm also a big fan of doing small things right over a sustained period of time yields results. When you take on extraordinarily bold changes, there's a much bigger track record of failure. And so I think, getting the youth involved in all activities, I think is terribly important. But I also think that youth activity is premised on quality of life. Different, and COVID showcased the reclamation of what it means for us to prioritize what we want out of life. The fact that it took a pandemic for us to say, I want to be able to have a more flexible schedule. But in America, I think we are the first, my generation is the first generation that will not be better off than the previous one. And so when you're looking at these millennials and these Gen Zers, I happen to be Gen X for anyone who classifies these things, that they do not believe that they will have a better quality of life, whether it be through financial means or just general quality metrics. And I think that level of dissatisfaction, that collective level of dissatisfaction, is probably going to be that disruptive technology injection that we were talking about earlier.
I was going to ask you.
We have been discussing too much in this country, in different fields, why the youth in the country are not reacting more actively with respect to climate change and the climate change impacts. And you said something that they are not satisfied and they think that they are getting a lot of burden with respect to something they don't have any responsibility for. And we gave the explanation that this country went through a crisis, economic crisis from 2010 to 2018, and it goes on, a little bit better, of course, but it goes on. Then we had COVID 2019, 2022. So when you look this generation Z and X, those are kids that were always influenced by a problem.
Crisis.
There was a crisis in their house because maybe somebody lost a job in the family. There was a crisis with respect to the income. There was a crisis with respect to COVID. They couldn't get out in the streets and play or socialize. They don't want to listen to another problem. I see that in my school, at my university. I try to motivate them to do something. Not something what you did. I don't try something like this.
Go ahead.
To get into the jail. And they are not motivated. They understand the problem. They accept that there's a problem with climate change. They are afraid about the impacts, but they don't do nothing. And I think this is because they are very tired. And because they don't want to take the responsibility of something that is because of us that did this something. It's our generation and the generation a little bit before that has the responsibility. So I agree fully with you, Andreas, when you said that we need to do little things for a long time period in order to get the best results. And I will tell you an example. There is a very important environmental education program called GLOBE, Global Learning Observations to Benefit the Environment. It has 130 countries participating. Probably all of the people here are parts of this, all the countries are part of this program. And one professor in Canada from the University of Ontario, he selected about 30, 50, something like that, students in high school, and he asked them to follow them for the years during the course of the program, because it's for high schools, and after the completion of the high school, in order to see how their performance in the society has changed or not. So he found out, and he announced to us, that when he made the assessment with these kids that he followed after the completion of the studies, he found out that the vast majority was doing recycling. The vast majority of those students who were exposed to the environmental education program were volunteers for public good. the vast majority, which is important, I guess, for the States and Canada, were voting, were participating in the elections, which is not going to be the strong point of your countries because
That's true.
the participation rate is quite low. And finally, he also, I'm not going to say that, but you can ask me afterwards, he also said what they were voting to the majority. So these little things, an environmental education program, develop a sense of belonging with respect to nature and all the things that have to be done in order for the nature to be protected and climate and so on and so forth. And this was reflected in the adult life of these kids. And this is very important. Education has to be a solid part of everything we do with respect to the young generation. And an education which is motivating away from the syllabus of the courses. You have to do other things. And that's, again, a disruptive technology, to do other things in education.
Well, Konstantinos, you know, it's very interesting you should make that point about the fundamental importance of education, because I wanted to raise, I guess it's a bit of a challenge to the universities, maybe the 4 universities that are sponsoring this event and more broadly, because when I was preparing for this panel, I wanted to see if there was anything written about the role of universities in Greece in the fight against climate change.
That's all?
It was pretty small. And I found an article. Actually, it was very interesting, written by 3 Greek academics. And the headline was Greek Universities Addressing the Issue of Climate Change. The preface of the article, universities as having the important mission of educating the future decision makers, indisputably can contribute to mitigating and adapting climate change. They did a survey. The scope of the survey was to assess whether or not Greek universities have incorporated into their curricula and research a significant climate change content. And as well, they looked at identifying the outreach of the universities to the Greek society through civic ecology procedures. Exactly the kind of thing, Konstantinos, that you're talking about and is so important. Well, have a look at the results of that study. That was in 2017, and I'm sorry to say that, you know, this university that is one of the hosts of this, had virtually no content. I think it was 3% or 0.2%. Now that was in 2017, and there were a couple of other Greek universities as well that were looked at. The fact that you don't have an engineering faculty, frankly, is irrelevant, because this doesn't just deal with engineering issues. This is about the future of the planet, right? And so I guess that was 2017. I hope that in the 6 years since then, and Konstantinos, maybe you can tell me, that there has been some significant strengthening of the role of universities, not just Greek universities, but I put the same challenge out to, you know, California universities. I don't know to what extent they are, in fact.
They are.
Good. Okay. I'm glad to hear that. On the front, you know, actively involved in this. But has there been some progress in Greece?
Well, I'm not sure which university you're referring to, and I can tell that the majority of the universities in the country have introduced in the curricula courses about climate change, even master programs, since 2010 or even before. And my university has a major participation with respect to this, and every year we run a conference on climate change with the participation of all the departments, from the Department of Physics to Chemistry, Biology, Geology, Archaeology, Philosophy, Religious Studies. Every single department presents what they are doing with respect to climate change. It's fully integrated. Is there space for improvement? Of course there is. There's always space for improvement. Otherwise, you don't know the case. So I think there has been considerable progress. There's a lot of research going on. I can tell that also the European universities have been aligned with respect to this. I mean, with respect to the challenge of climate change. I know the European system very good. The US system, yes, I did my graduate studies in the States, but I know that has been a lot of attention. But in many cases in the States, I find systems, even at the university level, they don't speak too much about climate change. They speak about climate and the carbon cycle. Climate change seems to be a word or a couple of words which are not very much used. I don't know if it is because of the hostility to the terminology by President Trump, but still, I can see it. Even NASA doesn't speak about climate change, it speaks about climate. Anyway, maybe it's just a coincidence.
When it comes to Greece, I am very critical. I mean, not only of this government, but of previous governments as well, because I don't think that we have climate as a priority in the strategy of the country for the coming years. There is no, I'm not aware of a multi-annual plan, let's say, to tackle the climate change and the consequences. We had these fires, big fires, this summer in Rhodes and in Evros, and after, let's say, couple of days, nobody was talking about that anymore, or we don't hear about what we are going to do for the forest to recover and so on. I don't think there is, I'm sorry to say so, that I don't think in this country there is an environmental conscience, let's say, or awareness. Please.
I wasn't planning on jumping on this one. When I was in the Senate, I represented 11 counties, so it's a major swath of central and eastern California, so it's massive. This territory had the most of all the wildfires. So I was constantly on the front line dealing with the wildfire-related issue, and of course, you know, ours were, I think, probably the biggest that the world has seen in one fell swoop in the modern era. The reason why I think it's a dynamic problem, and what I mean by that is in California, the environmental lobby, getting to my Canadian friend's point, that the lobbyists are very, very powerful. Yes, we talked about fossil fuel. Yes, we talked about pharmaceuticals. The environmental lobby is very powerful in California and Washington, D.C. So powerful that as part of the agenda, they disallowed the thinning of forests, the cleaning of the forest bed. And that was prescribed by experts in the field, in the natural studies field, saying you must allow the thinning to occur. Well, they didn't. So what was one problem turned into 5 problems by when the fires came. I think that we have climate as an integrated component into the American experience, but it cannot be studied by itself. It's a multidisciplinary dynamic. So you're going to study it in psychology, you're going to study it in urban planning, you're going to study it in national security, you're going to study it in earth sciences. You can't have climate change or climate as a standalone curriculum. That's just not the nature of climate change. So I think it must be integrated into all the relevant areas of scholarship and discipline just by its very nature.
You know, I would like to say regarding this issue that in the marine works, in the marine construction, we have very strict environmental protocols regarding the implementation of the marine works, and that we are obliged to follow. And I think people, now we put also the citizens, people have an eye on us constantly in order to follow and to make sure that we do not pollute, we do not do something that will destroy the water and all the life in it. So I think that there is the Ministry of Environment has adopted strict frameworks in order to come to that. I mean, as far as the construction industry is concerned, and to tell you the truth, we have implemented the redevelopment of Astir Marina in Vouliagmeni, and we used a very strict protocol for ourselves also, and it was characterized as a model, and it was adapted by the Ministry of Environment in order also for the new marinas that are going to be built to follow it. we had the Hellenic Center of Marine Research with us, and they had daily presence on site in order to observe, to take samples for the water, and to see that everything goes smoothly and we do not cause any impact or with damage, because we have excavations, you understand, we have dredging and all these kind of works that affect, of course, the water life. And we did very well, and we reported it, and we were so confident that we also had the reports openly and published. And this is very good, I think, and encouraging, and I think that we should say also the positive thing. Of course, there should be improvements on that. I agree with you. Many things have to happen. And on that, a negative thing that I was reading in an article recently, I read that we should replace the boilers of natural gas, and we should do that by 2030. And still, in Greece, if you want to get a permit, a building permit, you have to submit also a design for the infrastructure of installing natural gas. So this is insane. You have to, by the European Union, you have to replace all this, and at the same time, if you want to get a building permit, you have to have a design that shows all the infrastructure for the natural gas.
Last point.
Last
because
point.
we need to open the floor.
Absolutely. Speaking of Greece, I'll use hydrogen as an example. Right now, hydrogen is the next best thing that is being incorporated throughout Europe and the US. Well, in Greece, they don't have their own legislation yet. They don't have permitting capabilities without legislation, even though the European Union has classified Crete as a hydrogen valley and has awarded money for projects to get started. So just to her point, that you need to push the legislative, administrative, and regulatory players in Athens to, if you want climate-related disruptions, then you're going to have to create climate-related legislation and the permitting process that allows the private sector to get involved.
Sometimes used before the shocks. This is the case.
I like that.
Who would like to?
Hi, thanks for the very interesting contributions. I'm just one question. I could ask many things, but I find it peculiar that you haven't mentioned what I consider the most important aspect of the climate crime. It's not a crisis, it's a climate crime anymore. In any good crime story, you should follow the money. And the problem, I think, in climate change is money, and I mean it's subsidies. In 2022, globally, every single minute, they were spent $12 million every single minute of the year on fossil fuel subsidies. $12 million every single minute. If that subsidies were to be scrapped, it would mean that the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions would be cut down by 34% by the year 2030. And by the way, these subsidies are spent, we will spend the same amount of money on, actually, the amount of money we're spending on fossil fuel subsidies is twice the amount we're spending on education. So although I sympathize about education and about young people and about better law and about by the way, congratulations on your Civil Disobedience Act. I think that the real question should be about governments spending taxpayers' money on subsidizing our common suicide or a global suicide. So I'll stop here. Thanks very much.
Yes, hello. I'm Andreas Kakridis. Well, I want to build on that and say that I found many of the points very interesting, but slightly light on the economics. Now, of course, I'm an economist, so you would expect that of me as a comment, but all of this is going to cost money. And a lot of money has already been spent, and there's money involved in different levels. You discussed the money in the interest groups, but I think that needs to be addressed. And I see that all of this is going to be taken gradually, and we're facing a challenge in terms of the amount of debt that countries in the developed world already have. The calculations of how much this is going to cost are staggering. And I'm not entirely sure what the policy proposal that came out of this discussion is. So I think you're worried too much about the politics. So my question to you would be, let's say you can get away with the politics. If you could propose one measure tomorrow that you would not be worried about any of the political implications and how you would get it through, what would it be? And it might help to split the conversation into measures to deal with global warming in terms of like how do we slow down emissions, which is one thing. The other is how do we deal with climate adaptation, which I think is a completely different thing. Greece, between you and me, is not really a big player in global warming. It's one of the advantages of being tiny, but it is a major, has major exposure to climate adaptation. So that is a different thing. So you could propose one major policy, radical, and I agree on I share the views, yes, education is right and small steps and all that, but I have a sense that we are not appreciating the urgency of this, the magnitude, the financial magnitude involved, and the decision to be made. And there was a lot of talk about practical realities. Those are shaped by policy. There's a lot of discussion on raising carbon taxes. There's a lot of interesting discussion on tariffs that are related to the carbon content of products imported, because this is a very complicated economic problems in terms of free riding and, what if I do. But, there are talks out there. If you were allowed to be bold, not burdened by the politics, what would you do? And one very small comment, I'm not, from the gentleman from California, I'm not entirely sure that the American presidential system is at fault for the fact that you do not have a speaker right now. That seems to be a problem of your party, not party cooperation. Just to be fair.
Yeah, well, and look, you're absolutely right on fossil fuel subsidies, and maybe I can combine my response to the two questions by saying that if I were able to make one bold decision, it would be precisely to end fossil fuel subsidies and to accept the recommendation of the IEA for no new fossil fuel infrastructure.
Well, there have been some progress with respect to what you said about the subsidies, because you know that in the European Union, the European Investment Bank does not support any kind of investments anymore that are based on fossil fuels. It's not exactly the same with subsidies, but still there is a tendency to penalize the use of fossil fuels in new investments, and that's a major and brave step, especially when the European Union tries to compete with the United States and China with respect to international commerce and competitivity. So I would say that, of course, subsidies is a wrong thing to be done, and it happens. It happens even by governments that are at the same time presenting that they are very much environmentally sensitive. For instance, Norway, United Kingdom, they have been subsidizing all the excavations of hydrocarbons in the North Sea with humongous amount of money.
Canada's doing the same, unfortunately.
Canada doing the same. I didn't want to say that because you're next to me.
Yes.
It was just by being polite. So one thing I could do, that's a nice question, although scientifically wise, whatever we can do, it will need many, many decades to rectify the problem. But anyway, let's say that we're in a hypothetical world. I would say, again, as it was said before, to phase out fossil fuels and invest simply on clean energy. The sun, the wind, the waves, green hydrogen, as long as it's been produced by renewable energy, and that will modify the situation very quickly, and it will develop a spirit of confidence and optimism to the public.
A comment or?
Yes. For me, of course, as we said earlier, the fossil fuel subsidies is something I agree with you that we have to stop. But also we have to be practical as well, and this has to be gradual. It's not something that you decide today and do tomorrow and you realize it tomorrow. So of course there have to be some steps, but also you have to prepare society, prepare the community in order to accept it and to be able to do it. And also I would like to ask also me, Mr. Kartalis, we said about clean energy, etc., but is every country able to have clean energy? I mean, Greece is blessed, and we have the sea, we have the wind, we have everything, the very good temperature, and all this. But some other countries that are in northern parts of the universe, or they do not have all these sources in order to have clean energy. Maybe what can we do about it?
Correct. The answer has a good part and an annoying part, a bad part with respect at least to my perception. You will be surprised to know that Germany has a higher share in photovoltaics and the production of electricity from the sun than Greece.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not a matter merely of the geographic latitude. It's a matter of policies, the implementation of the policies, and all the provisions in order what you gain from the sun or from the wind to be transferred into the grid. That's a main thing. There are countries, of course, that have better wind power than solar power, and vice versa. But then we get the new forms of energy. We get the green hydrogen. That is going to be. It's not here anymore yet, but it's going to be by the end of this decade, more and more. And Andreas was correct that the legislation is poor in order to promote more the hydrogen story. The other thing that you said, it was about the difference between the countries. Yes, that's the difficult part of the story. There are countries that have to import energy, because they are less developed countries, they don't have the facilities, they don't have the infrastructure. They will never get the appropriate infrastructure. Think about Africa. Africa every year stays behind the developments of the planet 3 or 4 years because they cannot cope with the pace of change. So they will never be able to get their own energy. Somebody else has to construct, somebody else has to give money, somebody else has to give the energy. So in order to fix climate, we first have to fix democracy.
Two great questions. I don't know if I'll be able to address both, but let's start with the subsidy question. My esteemed colleague, our panelist, identified early on, we have globalization plus, which we have experienced for decades. Now we might be entering into globalization minus. Where I suspect things are going to go, and the lessons we've learned, not just with COVID, but also the relationship between the US, EU, and China, and also with Russia, is that we're probably going to be refining ourselves, forcing ourselves to refine our interests. And so globalization will continue as it has in most respects, but I suspect each country is going to refine what its core interests and capacities are and build a policy of trade around that, premised on national security and supply chain issues. Why am I telling you this? Because that's where subsidies kick in. Normally, subsidies are put into the marketplace at the direction of a government entity because the private sector either has not developed it or it's not commercially viable. You are absolutely right. There's no reason why these fossil fuel industries should be getting subsidies, and I think there's a difference between subsidies and not paying their fair share of taxes. Those are two totally separate components. And I think more often than not, it's the tax issue in the US, but we have our fair share, especially in agriculture and in the Midwest with subsidies. So when we refine what it is to be in our core American interests, just as Greece will define what it's in its core Greek interests, you will find a situation where the commercial entities will not move unless the state takes action. We've seen that with the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIP Act out of the Biden administration, proactively using the power of the state purse to move us in that direction. So subsidies in and of themselves can be very beneficial and helpful if you respect the role of the state and it is moving in the right direction. Of course, there's controversy about that. I think, I don't remember the other question, but ultimately I think that is where we're going to go as Americans. And I suspect that Greece is going to go in that same direction as well, because if you're going to need to have that radical transition into the alternative energy space, you're going to have to subsidize the infrastructure, and you're going to have to subsidize the R&D and reform the permitting process. That's just the way things work.
So I'd like to thank the panelists as well. It was a fascinating discussion. I just thought I'd put a positive word in for the young people and the rest of society that people mentioned need to be informed. From my understanding here in Greece, the young people are way ahead of the game. And most of society is probably way ahead of the game. Where they are failed abysmally is by the various institutions, mine included. The church is always way behind, the corporations and the politicians. So I don't know how we deal with that, but I do like what Sven mentioned about accountability, because I think that is one way. Corporations need to be held accountable. Politicians need to be held accountable. If we are slowed down, if 2050 is a dream goal, it's probably because politicians don't want to do it. It's probably because in America, half the political system doesn't want to do it. I think they should be held accountable, not just voted out. I think they should end up in prison like Trump, as opposed to just told, you didn't do a good job as a president. So accountability, I think, is huge, and science is huge. It's not just smoking, it's not just the environment. COVID-19 was the same. People just didn't get the science. And I don't know what you do with stupid, it's really hard, but I think the science has to be constantly underlined. And it's more, I think, Andreas, than a matter of refinement. If we're going to take this urgently, it's a matter of change, and people have to be ready for something a little different, something that's going to make you a little uncomfortable, something that doesn't just change the kind of concrete we use, but deals with the way we view the world.
Thanks very much for this. Like other people, I think in the audience, I'm immediately a little bit cynical whenever I also hear about education, because I think it's a way of sloughing off responsibility, particularly in puritanical America. It's like making individuals feel guilty for not being virtuous enough, and everybody dutifully recycles, and then we've got the $12 million subsidies every 2 minutes. It's a question of power and stuff, not getting kindergartners to draw nice pictures about flowers and sunshine. My question is, working with what we have in the U.S., what do you think about allowing people to kind of delude themselves as long as they're taking the right actions. And I'm thinking here of like Ron DeSantis in Florida, who has forbidden government communications to use the words climate change. You had mentioned this, and people do avoid it. Government communications cannot use the words climate change or global warming, but he's doing a bunch of stuff. Is that like good enough? Is that where we have to go? Because I think a lot of this is a humanities problem. It's that we've been dealing with as part of the human race from the beginning. How do you persuade people? How do you have authority? How do you get people to accept facts? And one of the ways it seems that it's being handled in the U.S. is following policies but refusing to say the words climate change or global warming, or admitting that human beings have anything to do with this. And I'm wondering what you think of that as a compromise. This is a particularly American thing.
Cool. Thanks. I'm sorry to have the last word. My name's Kai Greenlees. I'm currently a Watson Fellow studying climate mitigation this year. Originally from the U.S., was just in Vancouver, out in Burnaby Mountain for the TMX, and was in Calgary at the oil conference there recently, learning about that. And a couple of comments that I wanted to raise that I was maybe disappointed in, and I think I always go back to language and framing around being pragmatic and practical. Yes, we need to be pragmatic and practical. We need to be like structured and have a managed transition so it's just and inclusive 100% for sure. But when I hear phrases like we need to be pragmatic, I hear we need to slow down. I don't hear we need active crisis management, which is the situation we're in right now. And so it's a loving challenge to be aware of the language that we're using, and when we're talking about lifestyles and well-being from my generation, for generations to come, about lack of hope, dropping out of being engaged in our political processes. This is where it's coming from, is because we're being told to be pragmatic, but we're not having actionable ways to be engaged. So thank you for your work that you're doing, but yeah, just a challenge.
Once again, great questions. So let's go back to COVID. When I was in office, I ran into my party directly, and I took a lot of flack for about a year and a half, 2 years, because I believe that we should listen to experts in the field. And what I meant by that is that not all opinions are equal. I believe everybody should have an opinion, but if somebody is schooled in epidemiology or if they have a medical background and we're in the midst of the first 2 months of COVID, I want to hear what you have to say, not my buddy at the bar, all right? So I think that was one thing that I think really affected me inside, is that where did we go wrong in America that all opinions are equal? They're not. Especially in moments where you rely on, medical professionals and folks in emergency services. They should be telling us and directing public policy by virtue of that. Same thing's true with climate change. We should be listening to the folks most knowledgeable in the relevant disciplines with the appropriate levels of scholarship. That's not to say that everybody within those domains are absolutely on top of their game or are good in implementing public policy. So don't get me wrong. When I say that we should be practical or realistic, doesn't mean you can't be ambitious, but you also can't be, delusional in thinking that we're going to electrify California in the next 10 years. That's just not going to happen. We'll make headway, but let's not kid ourselves. So I think we have a lot more in common and are on the same page on these things. And I didn't want the use of language as one of the other commentators had put forward. Language does matter. And I am terrified. I have 2 young boys. They're 12 and 11. I am terrified at what I consider were the great works of literature when I grew up as an English major in college, now being taken off the shelves because their historical references may not fit into our modern narrative of what's equitable. That bothers me. Yes, you should add more literature into the field, but when somebody like a governor starts playing God with our minds, that scares the crap out of me. So if you can't use the word climate change, I don't even know where the common ground could be, because that's just ridiculous. If you can't use phrasing, then you're not being serious and at the table of discussion.
Yeah, and again, great questions. I just want to pick up on the point about evidence and science, because it seems to me that in the fight against climate change, that this is probably the single most powerful weapon that we have. And conversely, we have to be very, very aware of attempts at greenwashing as well in the fight against climate change. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. LNG has been heralded as the great tool against climate change. Well, the reality is that LNG, to a significant extent, involves the production of massive quantities of methane. And methane is one of the most destructive greenhouse gases. So, follow the evidence and be careful and cautious about that. Be careful and cautious about another dream scenario that you hear from the corporate sector, the oil and gas sector, and that is climate capture and storage. They say this is the nirvana, this is the great new way of solving this problem. Well, look at the evidence, look at the science. And Konstantinos, I'm sure you would agree that the evidence is not at all clear that this is, in fact, a viable and financially viable way to proceed. And of course, the nuclear industry is just in heaven right now, because they're all saying, hey, we're the answer, right? Come, let's go nuclear, and that's the answer to the climate crisis. Well, all the concerns around nuclear, particularly around wastes, remain, as they always have. So just a cautionary word on that. And I guess the last thing I would want to say is just to try to bootleg in one more bold response to my friend here, because it seems to me that as we look at this crisis, and it is a crisis, and I take the point that was made from the woman here about language being important. You mentioned TMX. I represented the district that TMX ends in. It's a disaster from every possible perspective. This is a pipeline that is transporting the oil sands product. Incredibly dangerous, and also dangerous to the community that I represented, because these massive oil tanks, if they ever explode, are devastating for the community. So that's a huge concern. But I guess my final thing I would want to leave you with is, I think it was at the opening reception, Katrina, that you mentioned the head of the World Economic Forum had said that what we need is a great reset of capitalism. I think we need a great replacement of capitalism with a system that puts people before profits. That's my bold idea.
I don't know if everybody would agree on I don't know if everybody would agree on this.
But you are allowed to say it.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we had a very good discussion, and I hope you were satisfied by our speakers. And
I would like to say something.
we still have some room for debating outside. So thank you again, Katerina, for offering us this opportunity to be together at this panel. I was very pleased by the co-panelists, and see you in the garden then.
And you did a great job.
Thank you.
Professor Andreas will be giving the keynote lecture to conclude the conference program. But join me in congratulating our panelists.
το κάνω duplicate, να κάνει μέσα τα ωραία, και αυτό εδώ πέρα είναι.
Καλησπέρα σας. Θα ήθελα να σας συστήσω τον keynote ομιλητή μας, τον Ανδρέα Παπανδρέου, ο οποίος είναι καθηγητής περιβαλλοντικών οικονομικών στο Εθνικό και Καποδιστριακό Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνών. Έχει 30 χρόνια ακαδημαϊκής εμπειρίας σε διάφορα πανεπιστήμια, όπως το Harvard και το University College of London. Είναι μέλος της Επιτροπής Μελέτης των Επιπτώσεων της Κλιματικής Αλλαγής της Τράπεζας της Ελλάδος, που εξέδωσε το βιβλίο του «Οι οικονομικές, περιβαλλοντικές και κοινωνικές επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής στην Ελλάδα». Επίσης, συμμετείχε στην εκπόνηση της Εθνικής Στρατηγικής για την προσαρμογή της κλιματικής αλλαγής για κάλυψη των ελληνικών αναγκών στα πλαίσια των Ηνωμένων Εθνών. Είναι επιστημονικός συνεργάτης του Διεθνούς Κέντρου Έρευνας για το Περιβάλλον και την Οικονομία και διευθυντής του Εργαστηρίου Πολιτικής Οικονομίας της Βιώσιμης Ανάπτυξης του Τμήματος Οικονομικών Επιστημών του ΕΚΠΑ, του Εθνικού και Καποδιστριακού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών. Τέλος, είναι και συνεπικεφαλής στο Ελληνικό Δίκτυο Λύσεων για την Βιώσιμη Ανάπτυξη των Ηνωμένων Εθνών. Good evening. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Irene Kameridou. I'm a professor of sociology at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Andreas A. Papandreou, who is a professor of environmental economics at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. He is also a member of the Climate Change Impacts Study Committee of the Bank of Greece. He's the director of the Political Economy of Sustainable Development Laboratory and co-chair of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network Greece. Thank you. I'd like to invite you to come up.
Well, thank you very much for the honor of this keynote speech. The topic of the overall conference, as I understand, has to do with Greek landscape in the broader sense of the term. And I'll be actually discussing here something that I think certainly has a strong influence on what's happening in Greece, and that has to do with the governance landscape on the broader issues of climate change globally and in the EU. And then in the end, I'll try to see how that connects to some critical issues related to the Greek regulatory landscape on issues of climate change. So the title of my presentation here is Climate Change, Polycrisis, and the Changing Governance Landscape. And just to give you an overview of what I'll be discussing, I'll say a few things about the background on climate economics. Again, I'll mention a few issues on where we are and the enormity of the challenge related to climate change. Of course, you don't need convincing on that issue, and certainly with recent events in Greece, we all realize how devastating the impacts are, even already showing in terms of, both with the torrential rainfall and the heat waves that we've gone through. So I will then link a broader set of crises, or what has now become a term known as, by Adam Tooze, polycrisis, and climate change, essentially giving you a brief kind of historical account of recent decades on how the polycrisis has fed into both the ambition of climate change and potentially how this has affected the new approaches to how we're dealing with climate change issues. So that will take us into a shifting paradigm that I'll talk about on climate governance, which probably entails many more aspects than the ones I'll be discussing, but I'll just briefly talk about the role of carbon markets as being one aspect of this shifting paradigm, the role of the state and how it's changing as a result of the polycrisis and climate change, the role of the corporation, and finally some concluding thoughts and some challenges for Greece. Now, for climate economics, there are essentially three fundamental questions. These can be broadened to almost any environmental issue for economists, for environmental economists, but as far as climate change is concerned, the key questions are: why does the economy fail to protect our climate? So what's happening in the way the economy functions that it doesn't take care of such critical resources as the thermostat of our world? Second, what level of climate change should we aim for? So economists actually spend time trying to determine what is the ideal target. I won't spend any time there. Most of what economists are saying there has been largely ignored by the broader community, and for good reasons. So we in fact take, many economists take as given that we need to target go along with the Paris Agreement targets. And third, what policy tools to achieve our climate change goals? So these are the kind of questions economists deal with when they're working on climate economics. Three dimensions are key for the climate issue. One is mitigation. The other is adaptation. How do we adapt to a changing climate? One is how do we actually reduce emissions? And a third one is how do we stay resilient as we move to a low-carbon economy. Now, for economists, understanding the causes of why the economy is unable essentially to adequately address the challenge of climate change, it's framed in terms of failures of the market, because we see, at least neoclassical or mainstream economists see primarily the economy determining most of the major decisions on production and consumption. So to understand what's happening as far as climate change is, we look at that in terms of what are the market failures, what are the ways the market is unable to address issues relating to climate change. And another thing about, so one issue there is that the causes and consequences of climate change are global. They encompass all human activity involved and impact everywhere and everyone. So that's a special element of climate change relative to some of the older issues, environmental issues that we've seen. Of course, there are the other global issues that have that kind of reach, but climate change is on a scale of its own. Economic analysis, another thing about economics is it usually does analysis of relatively small or marginal projects, and there's a long history on that analysis. But for large, what we call non-marginal impacts affecting every economic activity, there isn't really any precedent. So economists, they see a monopoly, they say there's a problem there, we can deal with it in this way. They see emissions in a particular sector, they assume the rest of the market system is functioning, we'll deal with that and we'll correct the market and everything else we'll be doing. But when you have this broad level of market failures at such a scale that affects every aspect of the system, we really don't have the tools yet to deal with that kind of thing. We're generating the tools now as we go. The multiple market failures involve negative externalities of greenhouse gas activities, which means basically that the emissions that come out, the greenhouse gas emissions, from the perspective of an economist, are external to the decision-making of the company or whoever's emitting. And they're creating damage to society, but in no way taking that into account. And the standard way that economists see that should be solved is that there needs to be a cost for using the resource, the atmosphere essentially, for dumping your emissions. Other market failures are fossil fuel subsidies, which simply worsen the situation. Another aspect of market failures related to greenhouse gas emissions are public good nature of innovation and diffusion. In order to resolve a lot of these climate change issues, we need to innovate, and innovation is not something that the private economy is good at because of the public good nature of innovation. And in addition, we have system-wide changes like infrastructure project, urban planning, modes of transportation, broad-based planning and government support, again, something that economists are not usually thinking in those terms. They're thinking of specific failures rather than broad transitions. So it's becoming clear that there's no single instrument like a carbon price that would be enough to solve the problem. So we need to think about many different instruments. And essentially what we need is a government-led socio-technical revolution. Now, where are we and what's, you know, and how do we envisage the enormity of the challenge? This is a picture of global carbon dioxide emissions since the beginning of the 20th century. And what you see here is that these are yearly increases in emissions. So the actual diagram shows how much we're emitting per year. And you notice that essentially that's been increasing nonstop up to present day. There are a few dips, and if you look at where the dips are, you'll find them at points of economic crisis. So Second World War, economic crisis having to do with the energy crisis in 1970 and 1981. And then, of course, pretty more dramatic crisis, the 2008 crisis and COVID crisis. So essentially, the only way we've been able to reduce emissions is when the economy goes into recession. Now, this is how we need to actually achieve the Paris Agreement net zero target. So this is a projection of how we have to come down in terms of our annual emissions if we're going to reach the 1.5 or below 2 degrees centigrade. So it gives you a sense of the ambition. So, and that shows you that right now we're still on the upward trajectory. So all of a sudden we have to do something that's completely different from the past. And this is a gap analysis that suggests what is likely to happen depending on what policies we follow. We see that up to 2020, essentially 22, we're still on the uprise. If there are no policy changes, we just keep going up. If we start implementing current policies, the scenario, just the current policies in place, then we might reach 2.8 degrees centigrade by mid-century, by 2100. And if we have also the unconditional nationally determined contributions, we can go to 2.6. If we have the conditional, we go to 2.4. If we start adding some of the net zero targets that came up in view of Glasgow, we start approaching the possibility of reaching a 1.5. Now, the IPCC recently thinks that we're mostly more likely on the trajectory to about a 2.6 degrees. That's much higher than we want to be, and we already see the devastating effects of being at 1.1 above pre-industrial revolution time. Again, to see this, the immensity of the challenge that we have, it's good to consider past transitions, socio-technological transition, energy transitions. We have a long history of energy transitions, the period of industrial revolution and the producing of cotton, that we went to coal essentially. Then we have steel and iron, and again, use of coal. Enhanced use of coal. After that, we have a move towards electricity. Then we go to the oil age. Now, all these transitions meant entire changes in the way society functioned, the nature of the goods that were being produced, the forms of transportation, where we lived. And most of them required about 50 to 100 years to kind of complete in terms of transitions. Now, all previous socio-technological energy transitions affected every aspect of life and were closely linked to crises. So each time there was a transition, there was also a crisis because of the change in the way the system functioned, something that Schumpeter called creative destruction. Now, a major departure of sustainability transitions from past socio-technological energy transitions is that in the past, most of the transitions were market-driven. In other words, the private sector consumers found an interesting good, like the automobile, which had some attractive features relative to horses. Even though they were more expensive, there was a market for that. There were producers that could find a profit in building this new product. So the transitions essentially took place because the market drove these transitions. In the case of climate change, there's no new product that would make that transition on its own. I mean, eventually the transition would take place simply because we'd be out of fossil fuels. But that would take a long time, and of course the impact would be devastating. So it's predominantly a policy-driven transition, which has not been the case in the past. In other words, government has to basically set targets and find means of ensuring that transition takes place. The speed of the transition required is unprecedented. All previous transitions took, as I said, 50 to 100 years approximately. Now we're talking about making that transition within a period of 30 years, let's say, going from a fossil-based economy to a zero carbon emissions economy. And also the global coordination needed is unprecedented. Now let's look a little bit at the history of how climate change policy and ambition has moved over time. If we go to the pre-economic crisis, financial crisis of 2008, if you go to the summer of 2008, you may recall that we have energy prices reaching about $145 per barrel, which is higher than the energy crisis we had last year that we were so concerned about. And there were projections that it would keep on going. We had food price crisis internationally. We had, again, show of weather extremes. And all of this led to a sense that attacking and tackling climate change was the only way both to acquire energy security and deal with the multiple crises that were developing on the horizon. So that really galvanized ambition and action. Now, as this ambition was ratcheting up, we had of course, the Lehman Brothers collapse in 2008, and the attention started turning to, instead of looking at the climate crisis and the high energy prices, the energy prices collapsed. That seemed to be off the horizon, and the concern was now unemployment, getting the economies moving again. Fortunately, part of that buildup and concern about the climate change was still there, and that led to something called a move towards green Keynesianism, how we can bring back the recovery by following fiscal policy that actually supports renewables, all kinds of activities that relate to a green transition. Still, Copenhagen ended up being a turning point, a downward interest in issues and ambition, and we lost, in some sense, almost a decade of action on climate change. New hope came with the Paris Agreement, and following the Paris Agreement, we have also renewed concern about climate change. We had Greta Thunberg creating a kind of youth movement that had a large impact. Concerns about inequality that were associated with the financial crisis also came to the fore. At the same time, we had the problem of populism rearing its head, and this could be a threat to action on climate change. Then we had, fortunately, a continued ambition in terms of action. We had in 2019 the Green Deal in terms of EU policy and climate law, and I'll mention that this is a break in terms of the way that regulation has developed into a much more holistic approach than we've seen in the past. And by 2020, we have the COVID pandemic. There was a large concern that that would take our attention away from climate change because of the depth of the economic crisis that ensued. But despite the depth of the crisis, climate action remained high on the agenda, and we have, of course, the positive results of the Glasgow Net Zero, COP26. Throughout this phase, both in the 2008 crisis, there was a shift also in economic thinking that, you know, the idea that markets self-regulate and we can rely on the markets was no longer as, there was no longer that much confidence in that, and therefore we have a return of the importance of the role of the state in addressing the recession. That also was further enhanced in the COVID pandemic because we realized that you can't expect the private markets on their own to address these kinds of problems, these kinds of health issues. And on the positive side, it showed the importance of state collaboration with academia and private sector for the vaccine. This was a kind of a model of how the state can work with the private sector and with academia to manage to develop a vaccine, which again, that was an unprecedented success. So it brought another sense that there's a different model of how we can deal with some of the threats that we're facing. This also brought a resurgence of a green recovery with the Recovery and Resilience Facility at the EU level. The idea that we can further enhance our getting out essentially of the recession, but also doing it in a way that we structure the economy or direct the economy towards the energy transition. Quick diagram here on the essentially green Keynesianism, as I said before, or green recovery. The first diagram shows in 2009 there was some hope. There was a fairly large, relatively speaking, historically speaking, aspect of stimulus, so public support of projects that had to do with renewables and supporting the recovery through green investments. 2020, a more mixed picture. You have some countries, you see the percentage of green recovery spending going far to the right are those countries that are actually ensuring that the recovery also takes a turn towards energy transition, whereas the countries on the left are actually continuing their old forms of recovery through brown investments. So a mixed picture there, and in some sense a lost opportunity, although some of it has to do with developing and developed countries, because developing countries have a much harder time to actually move in terms of the green transition without help. So the cost of that transition is far greater than it is for developed economies. Some new challenges came about with the post-COVID challenges. We have stagflation and energy security. So coming out of the COVID process, partly because the economies have been shut down for that period of time, and at the same time there were important support structures for the people without employment. People were forced to save money. They couldn't actually go out and consume. And when the economy started recovering, we have a pent-up expenditure, and all of this led to an increasing price because we also had the supply difficulties because of the industries that had closed down for periods of time. So that raised a new concern that energy prices might be rising and create energy security. There was a mistaken concern that the energy price crisis was related to renewable policy. In other words, the fact that some countries had invested in renewable policy and in some sense divested either from nuclear or other forms of energy, that this was partly the reason why we were having the energy crisis. It has, in fact, a small role. There are other historical reasons why the energy prices, especially in Europe, went up so high. which we can discuss later if you like. Then we have the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which heightens the energy crisis. And of course, fortunately, in terms of the climate change problem, the EU doubles down on decarbonization and reducing dependence on fossil fuels with its policies, so it actually strengthens its ambitions. At the same time, in terms of people's concern, there's a reduced tolerance for high energy prices, and the heightened geopolitical tensions are themselves a threat towards climate action. At the same time, we have rise of protection and you might call protectionism and green industrial policy. We have the EU Fit for 55, US Inflation Reduction Act, which on the one hand is very important in terms of for the first time historically, the US makes a huge commitment towards renewables and a green transition, but of course, politically it has to compromise, and it does this through a protectionist form. Another problem that's a potential concern is that because of the inflation, interest rates, there's a tightening of macroeconomic policy, interest rates are rising, and that makes investments in any form of infrastructure much more expensive. So that's a negative part. Now let's look at the shifting paradigm on climate governance. This is kind of a picture of what I would say is our the standard paradigm on the left, which goes back to Adam Smith's invisible hand, the idea of a potentially self-regulating market that makes sure that all the decisions about production and consumption are made efficiently. Essentially, the state is involved in correcting market failures. So there's an ideal way of things that should function. When there are problems or market failures, the state comes in and corrects them. Corporations have a singular responsibility to maximize value for their shareholders. Within this system, essentially, and this is the old Adam Smith adage that each individual can simply be focused on their own self-interest. Their preferences are transmitted through the market, and the market ensures that everyone gets what they want, and therefore we have social welfare advancing. And of course, we had the reaction to stagflation crisis of 1970, which was less state intervention. It was the market and the neoliberal agenda really promoting this vision. The paradigm shift that we're seeing, for some maybe not fast enough, and certainly we're still developing the tools for this paradigm shift, is instead of looking at the markets as the solution, we realize there are a complex set of institutions that have to change to deal with many of these complex environmental issues. There's a more systems approach. In other words, we don't look just at specific problems, but we have to look at the entire system and interactions. So there's a need for a visible hand. And notions like circularity essentially enhance that holistic approach. So we see that everything is interconnected, and we can't simply allow individual units to make the decisions. We have the rise of ESG, which I'll talk about more in a minute. All agents have broader responsibilities than simply looking at their self-interest. We have culture and behavioral norms that play a critical role. And the response to the recent poly-crisis, a broader role for state and cooperation with the private sector. So this is, in some sense, becoming the new paradigm. I'll say a few things about the role of carbon markets. Carbon markets always create a certain reaction. There's been the discussion that if we make carbon markets like we're commodifying environment, that's been one reaction against carbon markets. This is taken from a nice piece by Tim Harford on the FT, talking about the beauty of the carbon tax. And he says that the world's supply chains are formidably complex, delivering products with a carbon footprint one could only guess at. It's really difficult to know what the carbon footprint of everything we consume or produce is. How bad is red wine? How bad is an iPhone? Collectively, we make billions of decisions every day about what to buy, how to travel, and where to set the thermostat. How do we decide what is good? Now, the price of, typically the price of everything we buy is tied to the cost of resources required to make and deliver it. If something requires lots of land, raw materials, and skilled labor, it won't come cheap. If something requires the atmosphere, which is an extremely vital resource, it's not registered anywhere because there's no price for the use of the atmosphere. It's not controlled, it's not owned, it's not priced. So a carbon tax changes that by making the climate impact as a real cost as any other. It sends a signal along all the supply chain, nudging every decision towards the lower carbon alternative. So there is in fact a beauty about the carbon price. In other words, it takes advantage of the decentralized system. We don't have to think about which are the areas that are causing the emissions. Wherever they're causing them, they'll be penalized, and therefore that'll show up in our actions. But as I said before, carbon tax isn't a silver bullet, and that's a mistake that economists have been making. The carbon price challenges, economists have generally placed a lot of emphasis on a carbon price as key to innovation and mitigation. But of course, companies don't like it because it affects their costs and competitiveness. So the first to react are companies when they talk about either a tax or carbon emissions, which I will argue are very similar. There's simply different ways of regulating and putting a price on carbon emissions. Voters don't like it because it is visible. They see it. And it happens to be regressive. It hits the poor off because they spend a lot more on their energy. And of course, we had the Yellow Vest movement in France. As soon as Macron tried to put a price on energy, a tax on energy, we saw the reaction there. And I think more and more economists are realizing that yes, we do still need a carbon price, but we have to think a lot about how we use the funds that come from the carbon price, whether carbon tax or emission trading system, and we have to use those funds in a visible way so that the weaker in the economy who spend a lot on energy are refunded. Canada has actually done that. They get a check in the mail. There's some Canadians here. You probably better, at least I know it in the literature. I haven't seen it in my own activity. But there is a carbon price, and then they get a check in the mail, which is probably greater than the cost of the increased energy. So as a result, that's a way of incentivizing the broader public to see the value of these taxes. So goods start registering the damage they're creating, but it's not affecting the pocket of the poor in dealing with that. So we need to think much more intelligently about these ways of ensuring that we have just mechanisms. Still, carbon prices are not a silver bullet, but need to be part of a broader strategy. And a simple idea is if all of a sudden we decide to have a very high carbon prices, probably it should be, it'll make the price of your transportation very high immediately. But unless you have public transportation or an alternative means, you're just going to be paying it, and you're going to be stuck unless you have all the infrastructure. And this is what we're talking about: as social technical revolutions. Unless you have all the infrastructure of EV stations for the electric cars, funding mechanisms so people can purchase these more expensive activities, then all that's going to happen is that people, on the one hand, they'll travel less, but it'll cost their pocket and it won't bring about the change. So you need a combination of the pricing mechanism as well as other system changes that are going to make this a viable solution. So the role of the state, I've largely presented that move in that direction. I think the EU is clearly on the forefront. We know that already in climate change, and in terms of also in terms of its regulatory approach, both respecting international trade agreements and ideas, but also really thinking about how do we bring about a system change. So with its Green Deal, its climate law, which says that essentially everything we do from now on, any law we pass, has to have its impact on the climate as part of that law. So it's showing that essentially every activity has to be shaped by our objective. The Fit for 55 new systems approach shows that we have a package of new range of reforms covering key EU climate policies variously related to laws on transport, energy, and taxation. So it's a broad system approach. We have a tightening of the EU emission trading system, so the carbon price remains central to the overall policy. Innovatively and very importantly, we now have a carbon border adjustment mechanism. And the idea of this is that, of course, if you have a carbon price and you're the only region in the world or country in the world that does that, your goods are not going to be competitive. They're going to be priced at much higher. By telling the world that anyone who has a carbon footprint and is not taxing it or regulating it in some way so that it's taking into account the damage to the environment, then we're going to put a tariff on those goods. And that's creating a mechanism that's actually going to force anyone who wants to compete and trade with the EU to start taking into account and potentially either use a carbon price or some other mechanism. The downside of that is that for developing countries it's going to be very difficult. For developed countries it won't be. The US will probably find ways of dealing with this and be incentivized. But for developing countries, even to register and find out the carbon footprint and have the mechanisms, the institutions to do that is very difficult. So overall, we could say that we have a kind of new mission-oriented industrial policy in the EU that shows the elements of a systems approach. Now, the role of the corporation, we're also seeing a paradigm shift here. In 2019, the Business Roundtable for the first time said that instead of focusing just on increasing the value of shareholders for the company should have broader, or the corporation, broader social values of stakeholders in mind. So that means they should take in concern for the environment, for their employees' safety, for their community's safety, social and environmental issues should be accounted for. Now, that was a major departure from this notion that's famously known from as a Friedman doctrine, an article in 1970 on the social responsibility of business, which is to increase profits. And Friedman was basically saying, well, you know, according to our model of how the market functions, we know from Adam Smith, all you have to do is you have to focus on very specifically what you're providing, focus on profits, and the government will come in and ensure that where there's needed regulation, it will take place, and this will essentially promote broader welfare. And as he says here, business takes seriously its responsibilities for providing employment, eliminating discrimination, avoiding pollution, and preaching pure, if it does that, it's preaching pure, unadulterated socialism. So that's quite a contrast from what we're hearing now in terms of the ESG views. And I said, as I said, that draws on both Adam Smith and on Mandeville's precursor to Adam Smith, Fable of the Bees, that essentially if we follow our private vices, somehow we're generating commerce, and that improves the broader welfare of the world. Now, problems with the Friedman doctrine I've alluded to already in part. First, it assumes perfect markets and governments. It assumes a world of utopian markets and a utopian government, all-knowing government and markets that are completely well-structured. Profit maximization does not promote public wealth. We know even from theory that if the market has its market failures, then pursuing profits doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be promoting broader social welfare. And corporations today are often more powerful than states and influence regulation. So this idea of separation between regulators and markets and private sector, it just isn't the way things are. So in fact, regulation is often shaped by private interests. Second, it assumes no role for ethics in business. It's a sphere of selfishness, which is a sole responsibility of politics, a sphere of values. Even Smith was much wiser on this issue, and before he wrote The Wealth of Nations, he wrote the He talked about the role of moral sentiments in providing the structure required for markets to function. Unless there's a fundamental basis of trust, of some degree of honesty, you're not going to be able to have contracts to function. People will just be trying to outsmart each other in ways that ultimately, and you're not going to have institutions that will develop into markets that will provide the goods that you need. And he's third, it assumes that norms are the same as preferences. In other words, he didn't recognize that norms are a way of coordinating action in a society. It doesn't necessarily mean that if we feel we need to pursue objectives like protecting the environment, if I'm a corporation, I'm doing it because I have a love of the environment or I'm an altruist. It means that there's a norm that has been shaped that we realize we need to coordinate around in order to take action that's good more broadly. So I've taken up, I think, a little more of the time than I've been allotted initially, but let me just draw some concluding thoughts and some challenges for Greece. Of course, first of all, this is one of the aspects I think that relate to why some countries, including Greece, are very strongly, in terms of the broader public, attached to EU institutions, is because sometimes they have lack of trust in the way the Greek institutions function historically, in their own institutions, and for instance, when it comes to environmental policy, it's largely driven, and many other areas, largely driven by broader EU policies. And that's the case, of course, with climate change. The EU, more than anything, the EU is driving climate change policy in Greece. Now, different countries can have more or less of a leadership role in developing those policies, and they can either resist or even become more ambitious. Let me see, I said concluding thoughts and some challenges to Greece. Well, these are the concluding thoughts that before we go to Greece, the poly-crisis and climate action has led to a changing governance paradigm. EU is leading in systems approach and business community grappling with a new role. Energy crisis is both a boon to sustainability transition, we've seen. In other words, the concern for energy security has generated a desire to be more independent of fossil fuels, but it's also fueling populist tendencies and geopolitical tensions. I mentioned that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act by the US, is a major, I think overall it's a major improvement on and moving us in the right direction on climate change. It has compromises that are dangerous, which has to do with the protectionist element. And we're seeing that, again, somewhat fortunately, that there's now developing a new national competition of who's going to be at the forefront of the renewable revolution. And here we're taking some of the advantages of private profit in the market system that is realizing that there's some gains to be made from this new revolution. So that's pushing in the right direction, again, with its concerns about other forms of insecurity like raw materials insecurity, raw minerals and rare earth minerals and things like that. Threats we have are the rising interest rates, recession, and wars. Now, coming to the Greek side, as I said, EU is the key driver for Greek energy and climate policy. These are, I won't go through these, they're just the standard set of laws that have been established largely following the EU requirements that are setting the framework for our climate change policy. The National Energy and Climate Plan has just recently been revised, which has become even more ambitious. And moving to some of the challenges and inconsistencies, Greece achieved most of its 2020 energy and climate targets, but the prolonged economic crisis was largely the reason that it managed to achieve that. In other words, we had lower GDP, lower emissions, so that's how we how we made it. We don't know what would have happened if we had, but we certainly would have had more emissions if we didn't have the crisis. Greece has no national carbon tax, and while electricity bills are relatively high, there are numerous fees not associated with energy savings. So we have we have both high energy prices for the citizen, which is making their life difficult, but it's not necessarily working in a way for them to make decisions on saving energy. The emission trading system's revenues are going mostly to the Energy Transition Fund and not meeting the EU requirement for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So they're helping in terms of the just transition, but they're not being spent where a large part should be in terms of the energy transition. Renewables energy projects face significant barriers, license and permits, and fossil fuel subsidies to address energy poverty should actually be, they shouldn't be fossil fuel subsidies. Maybe in the short term it's hard to avoid that, but they should be, as in the Canadian example, provide funds for individuals to be able to address their heating issues, but keep the fossil fuel prices high and provide support structures so they can actually move, whether it's to solar or heat pumps or other forms to make the changes. And this is the final slide, which can also be a base of discussion if you're interested. Natural gas has been given a major role as hub in Greece and in reducing lignite fire generation and oil demand from building and heating and industry. So natural gas is seen as the transition gas, and there's been criticism that we should be moving away from natural gas more rapidly. At the same time, we have fossil fuel exploration at sea, and there's a disconnect there between our climate policy and the overall need to actually stop exploration at a global level, when we know that in fact we probably need to keep about 2/3 of existing fossil fuels within the ground, existing overall amounts of fossil fuel in the ground if we're going to make the transition. Greece has surpassed the renewables target, but it could achieve much more. And we should, instead of being a fossil fuel hub, we should look at potentially becoming a grid interconnected diplomacy. In other words, not just seeing ourselves as a natural gas hub for the region, because that's not part of the solution for the climate change, but actually looking at interconnecting our electricity systems, which will play a key role for the renewables revolution. The corporate sector is ramping up, though it's very late in the game. I was just mentioning that I'm involved now in a training program on ESG for executives. Corporations are realizing that they have to move in this direction, largely because of the regulation, also because of the pressure they're getting from investors, and that is changing the norm, and they need the training to do that. But Greece has been behind in the corporate sector on that front. Now, shipping is one of the few areas that Greece can have outsized impact. As a country, Greece has a very small impact on climate change. So what it does on climate change is not going to make a big difference. But one area where the Greeks have an outsized role is shipping. The shipping as a sector accounts for about 2.5% to 3% of global emissions, so it's similar to a country like Germany. So Greek voice of the ship owners could there play a leading role. And I can't say they've been playing that to date, but that's somewhere they should be moving. And finally, rather than simply being a good student following some of the regulations, Greece should really, especially given the nature of the crisis that the Mediterranean region will face, Greece should become a leader both in issues of energy transition, to become convincing when it asks for action on the part of others. Another area that I haven't touched, of course, which is extremely critical, is adaptation. We haven't been moving on that front as we should have. So that's it for me today. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure.
We have a microphone, and I'm sure you have many questions, kind of building upon our policy panel discussion. Do we have questions from the audience? Any questions?
Probably should switch this on. Okay, thank you very much for this. And one Greece-related question, you focused on emissions reduction. You're very right that in shipping, I hadn't actually considered that, we can make a difference. How would you tackle mitigation in Greece, which I suppose, like the consequences of climate change in Greece? You are in a panel at the Bank of Greece that has come up with some very terrifying calculations as to the cost involved in adjusting to this change. Do you think the Greek policy should do anything to, you know, create a fund for that or whatever? And one sort of broader policy question on the carbon aspect of the import tariffs.
Adjustment mechanism.
Would you be? I'm a little concerned about that, in as much as it could be used to spark a trade war. So, you know, the way anti-dumping is used now. Whenever an industry wants protection, it complains that there's dumping and then, you know, triggers a tariff. It is, from an economics perspective, a very good idea, but wouldn't we be worried that how do you measure the carbon content of the import? And to what extent will we have the same kind of, yes, I want to protect the domestic industry, EU first, let's tax foreign products? That's just wondering about your policy and that.
Okay, well, I understood from the first question you were asking about adaptation policy. Is that
yes? How do you adjust to you know, crises, increasingly frequent environmentally related crises like the ones we witnessed? I mean, those cost money. Do we need to do something about that?
Yeah, well, we have passed laws on having a national adaptation policies and also having regional and local adaptation policies. Right now, a lot of that is on paper, and targets are present, but in terms of actual implementation and really thinking deeply about the kinds of actions that need to be taken there, we're way behind, as we know, as we see from the way our crises have been addressed. Of course, some of these crises have come, so forcefully that you can't blame everything on lack of adaptation policy. But the same way that we need to make the kinds of preparations and the arguments that have been made about what is needed to change, and whether it's bureaucracy, government functioning, lack of coordination among different departments, between regional and central governance and local governance, all those things have to take place, and adaptation plans have to be set in place. We need to have observatories on both energy transition and adaptation issues. So a lot more data needs to be available for local communities, for regions, so that they can start actually understanding both the implications, whether it's climate data, implications of likely weather patterns in their region. That's still an ongoing, and I think, Kostas, that's your sphere of activity. And there's certain challenges to being able to get from the global climate change to the local, regional, and local impacts. But the same way we're doing that at a level of scenarios at the global, we have to do that at the local level. And that means all kinds of understanding of both risks and opportunities related to climate change that takes place at all levels. I mean, as I said, I'm working with this ESG training program that we're now going to develop. And the first thing that companies need to do is to understand the risks and opportunities related to climate change. Just start having a sense in which how their own business and profits and what they're going to be selling and what they're going to be producing it might be affected by climate change risks, And in some cases, there are opportunities for climate-related. So there'll be some companies that will find profits by providing particular technologies that help, let's say, mitigate climate change or help adaptation. So there's both risk and opportunities. That kind of mindset of understanding climate-related risks and opportunities has to go through both the private sector and the public sector at all levels. And you need the institutional structures. Recently, I was involved in a project on promoting an energy observatory for a region in Greece, and realized essentially that although on paper this is something that has to be done more broadly, it hasn't been done, and we're just starting to think about how the structures need to be there for them to have the data to be able to support their decision making on making those plans. You know, how are we going to start thinking about moving tourism from areas that are going to be affected by heat waves to other areas, and making that adjustment in ways that provides livelihoods in the areas that are going to be abandoned or adjusted to some other areas. So that's a major challenge which we haven't moved as fast as we need to. Now, on the carbon adjustment, the border adjustment mechanism. In terms, I mean, it could be perceived as something that's going to have, that's going to raise issues about our, world trade agreements. But in fact, World Trade Organization recognizes the environmental, this is kind of a typical, the idea of taxing carbon emissions or any negative externalities is central to economists' thinking. And it's recognized that this could lead to competitive advantage if we're talking about a global public good like protection from climate change, in which case I don't think this will create on its own a reaction in terms of institutional, at the level of trade organization, institutional question of this violating trade agreements. The reaction it's creating, of course, is, and I think mostly from developing countries, in that they don't have, and that's I think what you may have been alluding to, they don't have the institutional mechanisms to adequately measure some of these, the carbon footprints of the goods they're selling. And I think there the developing countries need to, which is another key issue for the climate change question, take on the responsibility of providing funds, whether it's for transfer of technology, whether it's transfer of know-how, whether it's institution building for the energy transition. So they should bear the responsibility of, at least in developing countries, supporting the mechanisms that can help even in terms of addressing the carbon adjustment mechanism. Now that's, we've already committed, the developing countries have already committed to 100 billion funds per year, which they haven't reached. Now there's a new discussion for COP28 about loss and damages, our responsibilities to damages that are taking place in the developing world. The whole question of transfer of funds to the developing world is in any way key. So you're not going to resolve the tension of the carbon border transition mechanism with developing countries unless you're also resolving the issue of your responsibilities vis-a-vis the historical damage you've created to those countries, and make sure they have the funds that are doing it. But at least among competition among the developing countries, there are going to be reactions, but they won't have the right of a rational argument in the World Trade Organization, I think.
Any other questions?
Thanks very much. A very interesting lecture. Just two questions. One, I believe in one of your early slides there was a reference in the trajectories to how we can reach 1.5 or below. There was a reference to nuclear energy in one of your slides. I think it was a 5% reference to nuclear energy. This is, I mean, there's been a kind of a significant debate in Canada around whether nuclear should be part of the response to climate change, particularly some debate around small modular reactors. I wonder if you could maybe just comment on the extent to which this is a debate in Greece now, and whether you feel it is an important part of the pathway to meeting the targets, or whether the concerns that many of us have about nuclear, in terms of waste and so on, which have not yet been addressed, have to be taken seriously. And then the second question is just whether you could give us a sense of your assessment of where China is at this point in the fight against climate change.
Yeah, well, fortunately in Greece, historically, we've been very much against nuclear. That's not something that has moved. I think in terms of seeing nuclear as a solution to climate change, in principle, or a solution, there's not going to be, I mean, it's clear now we're not talking about a solution of anything. It's multiple things need to be done at the same time. So whether it's part of the solution would be the question. I think it's too late for nuclear to play any significant role. So the doubling of capacity is probably related to potential plans that, like China and some other countries that have moved in that direction. Part of the fact that they are quasi-market centrally planned has allowed them to build nuclear in the same way that France managed, in a kind of more centrally planned, and keep the cost of production under control. These are extremely mega projects, and every time the private sector has tried to build a nuclear reactor, and we're seeing this more and more, the projections about the budget just keep going up and up and up. So politicians buy into it, not knowing, or at least being duped that they're going to buy it at a low price. Now we realize that that's not the case. There are going to be countries that are going to be developing nuclear. As I say, China is one of those countries. So you're going to get some nuclear in the equation. I don't see the advanced economies moving in that direction, just because it's too expensive, and B, it's not, we don't have enough time for it to be part of the solution by 2050. Nuclear projects take such a long time from beginning, from planning to fruition, that they won't be part of it. And then, of course, you add of course, part of the reasons that they're cheaper in China is because they don't have the social pressures and concerns and insurance questions that now we have due to what's happened in the past in the advanced economies, which raise the cost as well. So I don't think, I mean, nuclear will have some role, but that's not something that most of us will be concerned about. Of course, there's this talk now about fusion. Again, it'd be wonderful if that happens. I think renewables are more likely to be the road to cheap long-term energy, and that'll be a major boon eventually for the world and the poor. But if fusion does happen, it won't be in time to stop the emissions right now. It will be another potentially major breakthrough that we will probably see in the future. And the second question was, sorry?
On China.
On China. Well, yeah, I mean, they're hesitant at making the kind of commitments that we really need to net zero. And again, that is a huge challenge, both China and India, which is where all the emissions are coming from now. If you're seeing the slope, the slope is still going up. It's not going up because of Europe and so much as the States. It's because of China. India now are taking over in terms of that upward trajectory. We're going down already. In some sense, we were fortunate that they had all that pollution from coal, which created political, from local atmospheric impacts, created a political will to start addressing that, and so they saw renewables. And I think the second element is that they realize that they have an edge already, which is a concern for the West, on renewable energy, solar, material like rare earths and other metals. And they've been making a lot of investments in other parts of the world to control these kinds of resources needed for renewables. So there one has to kind of play off their desire to be the front runners on the renewable new technology front against cheap coal, which they have, and which is tremendously damaging. And that balance is what's going to determine. Unfortunately, the geopolitical tension is not helping there, because it's a different matter if we go to COP 28 and 29 and what have you, if there's a sense in which we can make deals and find ways for them to form consensus with the rest of the world on climate change.
And on that note, thank you very much, Professor Papandreou, for that wonderful lecture and the questions. And we have a reception outside. And let me just introduce, we have Verena Camberido, we have Sharon Bursell, and James Horncastle in the back, the organizing committee, and putting together this conference to be able to bring you here and have this lovely conversation. So thank you again, everyone.
Thank you very much.